Right. Hello, greetings, and welcome to the People's Ascension. We are back because it is Saturday at 2 o'clock, and we are ready to play some D&D. That is what we do here. So hello to all of our normal viewers, and hello to any new people. We are a Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition tabletop RPG stream, set in a world of my own creating, with lots of intrigue and politics and religion and crazy investigations and a whole bunch of players who do their best not to engage in any of it. There we go. Yep, do their best. ... Yeah, no, these guys are great. These guys are great. We are. We'll get into a better recap later, but we are deep underground. Well, I don't know how deep we are, but we are underground in an ancient tomb for an elven general, a badass warrior from an era long gone, and there might be some necromancers around who want to do something with this undead or currently dead person. So we'll see what's going on with that. The party's a little worse for wear right now, after some trouble dealing with a room that liked to throw things at them, or them at things. Anyway, thank you for joining us today. We'll get into that recap. First, some introductions, and the basic shilling and all that. So stay tuned if you like our stuff, and we're going to be doing more stuff hopefully in the future, hopefully the near future. You can, of course, continue watching us here. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell random people on the street about the People's Ascension, Saturday at 2 o'clock. This is where you can find me GMing this with these lovely people. This is my project. This is my baby. I also I am a player in a Star Trek stream over on twitch.tv/Studio Tembo with my new friend Jeff Harvey at 7 o'clock on Tuesdays. And as of now, we're still go for the Wednesday Cyberpunk stream at 8 o'clock with my friend ELH over on twitch.tv/ELHMK1. He has a lot on his plate. He does a lot of streaming, both Star Trek and Cyberpunk and all kinds of other stuff. So we're working around some schedules. But hopefully you can catch me there on Wednesdays. And just this past Thursday, we spent some time putting together a Miranda-class starship. So I'm looking for ways to expand what I do, get this channel out on the airwaves a little more consistently. So we'll probably do that, if not this upcoming Thursday, the Thursday after that. I don't know if we're going to be doing it every Thursday. It's not for now. But check out our Twitter and our Discord, both listed down in the cards or down in the YouTube description if you're watching us later, and you can get all the updates. Anyway, I think that's about it for me. Let's throw it over to the players so we can get started with today's game. So, hello, everybody.
Hi. Hello.
I believe Steven there was the first to squeak out an unenthusiastic hello. Hello, Steven.
Mine was enthusiastic.
Or maybe you're just not coming through well.
Enthusiasm is different.
All right.
Yes, Stephen, I play.
I think it's something's up with your microphone. That might have been it.
Okay. Yes, I'm Stephen. I play the semi-legal half-elf warlock Ander. He is a follower of the Far One Zadok, and as such, uses a lot of eldritch horror-themed, oily, star-filled magic, and is accompanied by his familiar Redna. Similarly, is a somewhat eldritch horror-themed brain and a oil blob that can take on different shapes with excessive amounts of eyes, and is most importantly not an abomination.
All right. Arlene, you're next in the rotation. How are you today?
I am doing just fine. Completely swell. So my name is Arlene. I play Tali, who is a wood elf Tempest cleric, one half of the Tempest twins, and she is an elf that's an orphan, and she was raised in a human orphanage, so she's learning how to be elfy,
All right.
as well as going on adventures with
Yeah.
the rest of the group.
Mm-hmm. We'll see how any of that new elfy knowledge may play a role in this elfy tomb you are in.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, I
I have
think
to go back on my notes.
I think
and
Omen saw
look at
some
more
writing
stuff.
in one of the chambers. So actually, Omen's next on our list. Hello, Christian.
What's up? I play him. He's a guy.
All right, in a couple weeks it'll just be hello.
Maybe, if you're lucky.
Yeah. Okay. Stephanie. Hello, how are you today?
I can be better, but I can't complain, I guess. I'm Stephanie. I play Sevgi. She's a human sorcerer. And she's the other half of the Tempest twins.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I don't have much else to say today.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, thanks for joining us today. Of course, if anytime you're not feeling well and you need to go, just bail out anytime you need. But thanks for coming around today. And last but certainly not least, Taylor here, playing Aquila.
Yep. Playing Aquila, the Goliath blood hunter of the Lycan Order. Who's not really supposed to be using any of her abilities right now. We'll see how that works out.
At least not in front of other people.
Oh, I know. Like I said, it's like, we'll see how that works out.
Fortunately, you're underground, not with any other people that don't already know or who you intend to kill.
I know. This is why I'm very glad that we got rid of Maxim.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, by the way. Christian, I believe.
Once again,
Okay.
didn't ask him to come with us. He just tagged
No,
along.
but no,
Yep,
I was
yep.
saying thank you for
Yep.
getting him to leave.
Mm-hmm.
I was legitimately thanking you.
Yeah, maybe Maxim was a little overeager, but yeah, you sent him away. Okay, so yes, here we are. Okay, so let's dive right back into this. Last session, after pretty much wrapping up an investigation into the murder of a young archaeologist, or at least archaeology student, of the Arcane Census, a wizards organization, a magic organization, mainly a bureaucratic organization for the Empire. This young man was killed. One of the assistants that was running around trying to make a name for himself. They found him dead in a tent with a zombie mauling him. The zombie was quickly dispatched, and the group went around and did some investigation, did a head count, checked some of the tents. Awkwardness ensued, and eventually they found a hole in the ground, which led them into the tomb. So let's how about I throw it over to the players like I usually do. Starting last episode, we started diving right down that hole. So who wants to kick off our recap?
Yeah, I can. So we went down a ladder underneath the trapdoor into what was just a long dirt tunnel. Looks like someone had kind of excavated out. Not professionally by any stretch of the imagination. And started going down the tunnel. Thankfully, Omen had the brilliant idea that we should probably keep some space between us in case there was a cave-in, which there kind of was. Because as we're moving down this tunnel, we triggered. They had essentially buried zombies into the wall. So that when you walked past and got their attention, they came bursting out of the wall, bringing down portions of the tunnel, as well as zombie trying to eat you. So we dealt with two of those. Managed to take care of that without injuring too many people, or without even getting too terribly injured. Um, I believe Tali and Aquila were the ones that found the hole, like were leading the party, and so found the hole at the end of the tunnel that looks like someone had broken through a wall into the actual tomb itself. So went through that and found just a room full of rows upon rows of what looked like just ancient elven soldiers in like a suspended animation kind of state. Um, Very pale and obviously have been there for a long, long time, but they seem to be flesh and blood and not like statues of some sort. Um, Seem to be ancient Etrian soldiers, a lot of bronze age kind of weaponry and armor. Um, we ended up making a circuit of the room and found two stone doors, one of which looked like it had been used at some point, was slightly off, like off its center. So we attempted to go through that one, hoping we would follow whoever was in here before us, and unfortunately knocked the door over since it is literally just a stone slab stuck in a door frame. Um, Kept going. It's painted on the side, like the walls were painted to look like a battle scene between the Etrian forces and the human rebels. Um, and there are various weapons mounted on the wall, kind of in sync with the mural, so that when a mural would have been holding a weapon, there was actually like a weapon mounted. Um, and then said weapons started flying off the walls at us, and the chariots that were in the middle of the room started flying at us. Um, we eventually there was a trapped gate on one side of the room with a big Skyrim style swinging spike door. Um, Eventually managed to get through that uh, and heard a loud voice like psychically yelling at us about how we were rebel scum and the general was going to kill us all. And that's kind of where we ended. Bloodied, bruised, and being yelled at by a ghost.
Yep.
Sevgi got thrown into the spike door,
Yes.
Yep.
which is probably why we need to take a short rest.
Okay. Yeah, that about covers it. Just for a general recap, the group is hunting for some cultists of the Cult of Worms, a necromancy cult dedicated to Andrashadid, or dedicated to the sort of black god, a god that is not well known and certainly not revered, Gastreya, and her lich prince, Indrashadid, who is an ancient warrior of some kind that walked the lands of Altemia in some age past. There's an archaeological level in the known record, simply known as the Bone Layer, because it is covered in bones. It is just dead everywhere. And the group had a little run-in with this fellow at the very beginning of their adventure a year back, and he escaped and has been doing his own thing. And now this cult has popped up, and now that there's a juicy new prize of a well-known ancient general of great skill and repute, this would be a good place for them to start recruiting. So they're here to, on behalf of the Archmage of Necromancy, to make sure that's not the case. Okay, so currently we find ourselves in this little hallway between the room full of things that were being thrown at you, and deeper into a room that is mostly dark at this point and has not yet been explored. I believe you are on the correct map here. Yes, I'm not gonna throw us over to the battle overlay because really nothing's happening just yet. Yeah, you can see the place that you are in. Okay, so I believe a number of you have taken some hits. Sepki being the most damaged. I think Ander got hit by a cart, and Aquila got tossed around a little bit. So
Even 10 HP down.
okay, yeah, you fared pretty well.
Because I can negate some.
Yeah. Okay, so let's throw it over to you guys.
I think we need a short rest if nothing else, because Sevgi looks like she's barely standing.
Yeah,
Huh? What'd you say?
Nothing. Never mind. Yeah. I'd say Andrew's probably slumped against the wall himself, kind of. So, yes, I would agree with.
I just remembered something.
Did you just remember?
Oh, do I want
good or
to
something
be?
bad.
Do I want to be that
No.
mean? I think I do.
No.
Where's my card with all of your statistics? Well, I believe that that Sevgi took a lot of damage just recently.
Oh, I know what it is. I
Yeah.
see.
Oh.
We
Right,
were
okay.
wrapping up pretty quickly at the end of last session.
Right.
So it slipped my mind, but
Damage table.
yeah.
I did want to ask about that,
The
if that
wounds
came up,
table.
though.
Mm-hmm.
Since
Yep.
since this, like, it was two, because it was the damage from the impact and then the damage from the spikes themselves. Do those count together or separately?
They would count together because it's all one impact. It's not like she was punched in the face
Okay.
and then thrown against a wall. She was thrown against a wall with enough force and the wall was damaged. Or the wall was, damaging.
No, I tried.
Fortunately, you did not take nearly enough damage to have to worry about the wounds table.
No, I was trying to get Sevgi out of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I believe that Sevgi has a fairly good Constitution score. Right? Something like that. Where's Sevgi?
She's right there.
+2.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, actually,
Not the worst.
this is a save which she is proficient in. So I'm going to need. Sevgi, I'm going to need you to roll a Constitution saving throw. What do we got here? 13. Okay. Yes. So, now that you have sort of slumped off of the spiked trap door with the help of your friends and companions, pulled off the wall. You weren't particularly impaled, but you did take a number of deep cuts across your various limbs. Let's see here. Yes, a number of deep cuts. So, for the sake of this, Constitution said. Yes, so for this, you have a particularly deep cut down into the meat of your calf, and this is going to you are still bleeding quite badly. It's going to need to be bandaged and seen to. You're not going to bleed out, because you're not at 0 hit points, but it's a deep wound, and mechanically. At the beginning of each turn, or whenever out of combat you are doing anything that requires a certain amount of exertion, you will need to make another Constitution saving throw, and if you don't pass that, you will suffer either disadvantage on an attack roll or half movement speed for that turn. So it really doesn't affect skills or saves all that much. Perhaps movement-based things like an athletic check or whatnot might be hindered a bit, but for now, you are moving a little less. You're a little less stable, and that will take some extended healing. With this sort of expanded injury rules, if you remember, because it's been a while since we've had to deal with any of these. These wounds are not simply remedied with a simple cure wounds or healing magic. This isn't an internal like bone break or internal bleeding problem. This is just a deep cut. It should probably be stitched up and allowed to heal naturally, at least minimally, before you apply magic. But if you would just like to apply a quick magic spell and seal it up, there will be a wicked scar and probably a nice indent in the calf, but not enough to hinder the muscle permanently. But until it does go through extended healing, it will be you'll be at this disadvantage. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was gonna say we do have some healing salves. Are those counted as magic healing?
They are. Actually, I believe, if I remember correctly, salves did not have any negative side effects with sort of fast healing, so they can help. Yeah.
Cool, because I know I have one. I think Tali has a couple. And
I think so. Yes.
And
I have
Andrew
3.
has like the medicine kit or whatever, which probably has bandage and whatnot. Oh, that's right. That's right.
Once again, all my shit got destroyed.
Yep.
I just thought about that, actually.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't replace it.
I was saying, you could have replaced it when you bought stuff.
I didn't think about that,
Yep.
so...
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. But yeah, we've at least got healing salves.
A selling kit come in handy in this situation.
I mean, it would still be a medicine check, but you would have the supplies needed to stitch up her leg. Sure.
You really want something more like a leather workers for that kind of the weight of thread you'd need. And also for, never mind. It wasn't going to be pretty.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
it's not going to be a professional job, but it will help. Yeah.
It's so very unsettling.
Which part?
You'd more want leather workers' tools for that.
Well, yeah, because they're meant to literally go through skin.
I understand the reasoning. It's still unsettling.
It was going to get
leather
worse
is
if I
skin.
kept talking.
Okay, so what specifically are we doing?
I think I said we're short resting, and again, we're probably putting some salve on Sevgi.
Okay. So you are just literally like 5 feet out of the death room. With the
There's a
spike
door between us now.
There is a door between you now, and there is a larger chamber further on that has not yet been explored. You are right now in just this little hallway.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying you can't just plop down and spend half an hour resting, but just make sure you are aware of your surroundings.
I was going to say, Andrew could pop up the bubble real quick.
real quick in 11 minutes.
I mean, that way we would certainly be protected for short resting.
Yeah.
Yeah, if y'all want to take that time. I mean, I feel like we have a closed door on one side and a gate on the other.
No, the room going forward, there is no door there. It is just an open archway straight into darkness, and then the spiked door behind you.
It's up to you guys if y'all want to take the extra time. That does bring it up to like 41 minutes, though, total.
Yeah, but we need to take a
Also,
break, and
I don't know if the dome will fit in this hallway.
I mean, it'll fill what space there is, right?
I think it will go around certain objects, but I think it does need enough room to materialize mostly.
Because we did have that issue on the mountainside.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was because we couldn't find a flat surface. It was a big enough flat surface. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, either way, we need a short rest.
Yeah, it's a 10-foot radius, so it would be 20-foot diameter.
Yeah.
So, and we've only got about half that in one direction.
I mean, if you want to walk, into the room you haven't explored and pop it right there in front of the hallway, you could do that. But there's not enough room for the bubble to materialize enough to be stable.
I guess let's just rest up and then go in.
You can just rest here.
We only have one direction that we have to really worry about anything coming from, so.
Theoretically.
We still have no indication of what was in the room behind us, and the fact that they can speak telepathically and weren't displaying signs of magic is extremely worrying. I agree that we need to rest, but I think here could be a terrible place to try to defend.
Clang, clang, clang! A shield slams into the backside of the metal spiked gate.
Okay, I guess we move on into the next room then.
Yeah, we can try. See what's in there.
Terrible
Actually,
idea, but all right.
That's a good point of order to remember. You guys broke the tension mechanism of the gate. Yeah, so it actually slams into the gate, causing the gate to swing back. It does hit the wall. It's not going to go all the way into the tunnel hallway you are in, but it hits and rebounds, and it pretty much opens that room back up again.
No, we should probably not stay in this hallway.
Yeah, I guess we'll move into the next room and hope there's a safe space.
Okay.
So at least it's big enough we could put down the dome.
Okay, so you guys can walk out of this hallway and into this larger room.
Omen's gonna make a point to help Sevgi and to support walking into this next room.
Okay, very good. Yeah, you can notice that Sevgi, you are leaving a trail of blood as you move throughout this place, and will continue to do so until you either get that stitched and bandaged up or take a rest or whatnot. So the group of you head into this next larger room, and on the map. You see, it actually this is about half of the room. It continues maybe a little less than half of the room. It continues off of the map as this elongated rectangle. As you walk in, somebody is glowing. It's usually Aquila, and I think Omen had a torch.
Yeah.
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 So there's plenty of light, and you guys can spread out a bit. You can see this this chamber looks fairly similar in style, in decoration, to some of the other Etrian sort of ceremonial rooms that you have seen, namely in the Whitewood with Gwentiama. There are murals and frescoes and mosaics on the floor and wall and ceilings, all dedicated to various parts of what you assume to be Shelua's life, her career, distinguishing parts of distinguishing events in her story. You can see it actually looks like, if you go into the room, probably a good 100 feet or so, you notice you get to a hallway that goes back down, map south. And that seems to be where the either chronological or thematic beginning of this series of artwork begins, and continues in a sort of clockwise manner around. And on the other side of where that hallway opens, you notice on the opposite end of the chamber, there is a door similar to what you've seen before, but larger and more stylized as far as the carvings in the stone. And there is actually, Tali, what looks like very old but elven script.
Ooh, Tali's gonna check it out.
Okay. You are now proficient in the elven language, I believe. This, however, is the elven language from 1,500 years ago.
Yep.
It does look familiar, though, and you... a realization comes over you as you understand why... why am I blanking on his name?
Right?
Hadram Ray. Yeah, you have a realization that Hadram Ray was teaching you multiple dialects of Elven, one of them being Etric. Or at least a derivative of Etric. So you are proficient in modern day Elvish, but you have enough connected language skill that you will likely be able to decipher what is written on this doorway. Go ahead and make me an intelligence check.
This is so much fun. Okay.
With half proficiency.
Intelligence?
Yeah, intelligence with half proficiency. Rounded up.
So that is 7 plus proficiency? 9.
Okay.
That's a 9.
Yeah, going off of Tali's usual reaction to being taught the same thing over and over again in different ways, you probably stopped paying attention at the point where he started going over some of the more ancient, more obscure dialects. This is certainly Elven, and you can pick out bits and pieces, but there's some of this script that doesn't follow the modern day syntax, and some of the words are either spelled differently or have different meanings. Some of the characters have changed over time, and you're not putting it together all the way. But basically, what you believe it says is what you would suspect it to say. What you do manage to pick out is basically, here lies Shailua, first daughter of King of King Etrius, Though it would be in the Elven, so it wouldn't be Gaiarius Etrius. It would be... Gaioses Etrim, I believe. Something like that. I will have to pull up my record of ancient Elven history from their point of view and not the Empire's point of view. So the name is a little fuzzy because you don't recognize the name exactly, but it looks like they're talking about Gaiarius Etrius. And this is the resting place of his first daughter, his oldest heir, greatest general of the time. And basically the gist is do not disturb. There seems to be more specific threats to that, but you just don't have the vocabulary.
Okay. Yeah, I'll tell the group that, hey, this says that Shiloh is here. Well, here lies Shiloh, and not to disturb her for reasons that I cannot interpret.
Oh boy.
We're going on Mummy's curse.
I would say this is a cursory glance from several feet back. If you want to do a more in-depth investigation of the door, you can do so.
Sure, I will do that. Guidance myself.
Sure.
So is that another intelligence roll?
It's an investigation roll. Yeah.
Oh, you said investigation. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, sweet, unnatural 20. But with my guidance.
Right.
At
22.
2, so it's 22.
Okay. So one of the things you realize as you are approaching the door, on either side of the the supporting stonework of the arch, about just above chest high on either side, you see a bloody handprint. Dried at this point, mostly dried at this point, unless you want to touch it and see how wet it is. But it's not actively dripping anymore. But you do see 2 bloody handprints on either side of the doorframe. And unless this person was gigantic, because this is a 10-foot plus doorway, it's not like they were spread eagle and were like leaning against it. These were purposely placed in these specific spots. You can see there is with a 22 and some guidance, you do see that there is a very almost imperceptible change in the very minute amount of dust and dirt at the base of this door, where the stone slab meets the ground. There does seem to be a very small line where the door, where there isn't such debris, minor as it may be, just in front of the door. Perhaps as if the door had been moved sometime earlier than 1500 years ago. And just underneath where the door, where the stone slab meets the stone floor, you can just make out what looks like to be some blood down there.
That blood is also dry?
Yes. In fact, it looks drier than the handprints.
And this doorway is mapped north.
Yes.
You said?
Yes.
And there is similarly a hallway map south.
Yes.
Is that hallway open to the south?
Yes, that hallway is open. There is no door there, and actually, because this is not a particularly large dungeon, you would be able to tell this is probably one of the hallways that you saw when you went down into that sort of central fountain reception area.
And as part of my next question, would I be able to see the torchlight from the torch that I placed on the sconce on the wall in that central area?
You set up a torch there. You can see probably a good 100 feet down. It does light up where that dried out fountain is. Yeah. Between there really isn't. There actually is more murals along the side of this hallway. There's murals, and there are actually raised pedestals. And you didn't take enough time previously because heat of combat and dark and setting up torch and all that. But now that you have some time to take a look down this hallway, you see that this hallway, the murals and frescoes on there, largely depict the wealth of the Etrian kingdom, and presumably the wealth that Shiloah here could possibly be buried with. And you can actually see some very ornate pieces of armor, a really intricate, almost organic sweeping looking helmet inlaid with jewels and what actually looks like pieces of clear whitewood built into it. There's another pedestal that has this large ornate crystal laid goblet. There's two very intricate, probably in this very. It's like a green marble, a light green marble, of a female elven figure and a male elven figure. There is also, if you go further down this room, not down that hallway, but the main room you guys are in now, there is also yet another hallway that goes map west. No, go ahead. I saw your lips moving, but no sound, so I was going to say you're muted, but I guess you're not.
No, I was going to say, before we investigate any of these possibilities, since we're now in a big enough room, do we want to try and recuperate some of us?
I think we need to before we push further.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, I know a lucky hit on me or Sevki right now might take out either of us.
I don't think it even needs to be a particularly good hit on Sevgi right now.
Did we want to put down the dome, or do we just want to save the time? And since it doesn't appear that there's any immediate threat, and
I can keep a lookout, make sure that nothing comes our way to interrupt us. No need for the shelter.
Okay, I suppose in that case, Andrew will. Yeah, go. Slump. find a place against the wall or something to kind of collect himself.
And guess we'll get Sevgi so you can attend to her a little.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest if anyone doesn't need the short rest, see if we can maybe staunch some of the bleeding.
As part of the short rest, you can somebody can help, do a medicine check and help bandage and whatnot Sevgi's wounds.
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like Omen is on lookout. Everyone else is taking a rest. Who wants to... Tali, were you going to use your sewing kit to attempt to stitch up Tali's leg? Or Sevgi's leg?
Yeah, I can try that.
Should we do that before or after the salve? After, actually. I immediately realized after.
And then...
No, go ahead.
All right, cool.
I'm going to cover her mouth.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to sew Sevgi's leg shut.
I
I cast guidance on myself. Well, it probably will take more than a minute to do this.
Yeah, guidance
sew a
isn't
leg shut.
gonna work.
What do I roll for that medicine? Right?
Yes.
Please. Oh my god. I got a 9.
I don't suppose I'm helping at all. I'm trying to hold Sevgi still.
Are you proficient in medicine? I don't believe anybody here is proficient in
No,
medicine.
but I'm trying to help.
You are more concerned with just keeping her still and quiet. Not enough to really belay any medical expertise and help out too much. I actually did see a sort of a homebrew rule to cut down on everybody helping with everything. So I think going forward, in order to assist, you have to be proficient.
Oh.
We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So what if you just come up with a really good idea?
If you come up with a really good idea, I mean, it'll be case by case. But
okay.
Just holding her down is not enough medical expertise to...
I'm not trying to argue with your ruling so much as I'm just saying it's sort of helping in that it's trying to hold her still so that Tali can actually do the stitching better.
Right. Okay, with a 9. Yeah, I'm going to say that's... It's not great. You don't nick anything important. You don't make it worse. But...
Oh, good.
Yeah, you're trying to stitch up her leg, and just between instinctual pain reactions and, as Taylor pointed out, not having necessarily the ideal equipment for this, you get a few, laces through before her actually rather thick, draconic, sort of bronzed skin just becomes too tough and too pliable to really get the needle in without causing a lot of pain and you kind of have to wiggle and really push it to get in, and at that point you feel like you're doing more damage than you're helping.
Yeah.
And you get to a certain point, and the needle just doesn't seem to be cutting it, and the thread that you're using doesn't seem to be strong enough, and it's just pulling back apart again.
What you want is an all and sinew.
Yeah, sorry, Sevgi, this ain't really working very well.
Yeah, so it doesn't seem that, for the moment, between the bunch of you, that you have the right equipment nor the medical expertise to do much with this. But if you want to slap some salve on it and bandage her up, that will, at least take care of the bleeding.
Want to do that.
We'll do that.
Yeah, that's not a medicine check or anything. You can just spend part of your half hour applying a salve. So
it's 1d6 plus 1.
Okay, that's one of the bigger salves.
Yeah.
Cool.
I've got 2 of them, so I'll use one.
Okay.
I thought I only had one.
I mean, I have. F3.
I will say
It's
you can
three.
only
It's
apply
three.
you can only apply one salve to a particular injury.
Oh, okay.
It's like
I've already done it.
applying Neosporin. If you just apply a whole bunch of Neosporin, it's not going to do any better than applying the appropriate amount of Neosporin.
All right. So sorry, only did 3 healing.
Okay.
But Sevi can still roll all of her hit dice.
Yes. So everyone, go ahead and roll hit dice. I see Ander rolled a hit die. And rolled pretty good.
3. I did 3 actually.
3.
Okay. Oh, yes, I see. Very good. Yeah, those are some good rolls.
Yeah.
I'm back up to full HP.
Okay. So just to point out the minimum treatment necessary for this wound. Let's see. Without proper binding and or stitching, major cuts will not heal properly, resulting in extended or permanent debilitation. To heal properly, the wound must be closed and secured with a DC 13 medicine check and left to heal for 7 days without exertion. Once properly healed, the wound can be healed more quickly over the course of a long rest coupled with... Once closed properly, which you were not able to do, the wound can be healed more quickly over the course of a long rest, coupled with a casting of Cure Wounds. But you did not meet the medicine DC of that for sort of the faster healing application. But Sevgi, you can roll however many hit dice you would like for your short rest, and that will help.
Okay, yeah, that was going to be my question, because I wasn't sure, like, should I roll my hit dice then? But yeah, I'll go ahead and do that real quick.
Nice. We're rolling well on his dice today.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay. Yeah, you'll still suffer the possibility, with a con save of disadvantage or half speed, but you can recover your HP because HP is more than just pain and blood. Okay. So I will say over the course of this half hour, and I have let you roll hit dice. A few things catch your attention. First of all, even though you don't have light on the previous room you were in, you can hear the sound of things moving around in there. A sort of metal on stone or wood on stone scraping sound. Every now and then you hear a rather large crash or a scrape.
It's definitely where Omen is focusing his attention.
Okay.
He's taking watch.
Yeah, presumably keeping several feet back from that hallway in case anything's chucked at you. Your light does fill into that room, and you can actually see as you go over there, the chariot that was thrown at Ander actually lifts off the ground and floats deeper into the room. Then you hear a light crash as presumably it's plopped back down generally where it was before. You can also see a few... like that shield that was thrown and a spear or sword that managed to be thrown in that direction floats up and over to one of the walls where you lose sight, but presumably it's slotted back into wherever it was being held. Make a perception check, Omen. Half an hour. Yes, we one of the homebrew rules I am using is that short rests have variable amounts of time. The first short rest is half an hour, then it goes to the standard hour, and then it increases by half an hour every subsequent short rest per day, which helps prevent certain parties. Haven't had a problem with it with this party, but certain parties who like to short rest after every combat, after every little thorn prick they get in their arm. So I've liked that rule. Anyway, you guys spend half an hour.
We just run into things completely spent.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you don't even take a rest. Okay, so with a 10 perception for Omen, Aquila, also make a perception check. This is hearing, but I'm going to apply disadvantage because you're doing other things, so it will shorten down to a straight roll. Okay, that's performance. You can roll again with the appropriate skill. Not terribly better. Okay. Let me roll something, actually. Okay. Yeah, the half hour goes by without any disturbance.
At least as far as we know.
Around... No, I'm going to leave it there. The short rest is complete. You are feeling a bit better. You caught your breath. Your adrenaline has circulated back down to a normal level. You've staunched Sevgi's wounds at this point, and you've been undisturbed mostly for half an hour. So I throw it back to you guys. What you want to do?
Oh, sorry. I did. While we were sort of short resting, I had wanted to say something with Tali.
Go ahead.
Because we know that Quintiama had Shiloh's spear. And I think some of the murals also showed us that that gem on your forehead was from her other sister.
Yeah.
If they have managed to raise her, are you certain it's a good idea to go in wearing that?
Maybe not. My hood up.
At the same time, she is an elf, so
Yeah, but that's
maybe
not
they'd
her
be more
sister.
like.
Oops. Cover my
She's
forehead.
also been dead for 1,000 years.
Ander, and actually Aquila, you can make an Arcana check. Tali, you can make a History check.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's better.
Damn.
Oh man. Oh,
I
okay.
got us on 16.
Okay.
Look at Tali.
Between
Yeah.
Aquila and Tali, Ander, you're busy doing other things. Between Aquila and Tali, you know, the shard of Suella, as it is called, that she wears, that is embedded in her forehead. There have been other cases of gems like that, some of different colors dedicated to different gods that apply different effects, but there presumably isn't a single shard of Suella, and there doesn't seem to be any apparent distinguishing mark on this particular one. They're certainly rare. They're very rare, but there's probably not any particular way that anyone would be able to tell this particular shard of Suella from any of the other few that may be around.
That's fine. I just didn't necessarily want something
caution.
that was going to. I just didn't necessarily want something that was going to paint a target right on Tali's face.
Right. Good caution, definitely.
I didn't think about that.
It was one of those. It's like, because I remember that it's like, we know the spear isn't here because we know where it is.
Another point of clarification: on various points of the mural, actually anywhere you see Shailua in her sort of battle kit, she is holding a spear. A spear that is actually not just painted on, or not just painted on. It is actually, where they show the spear, it looks like it is inlaid with whitewood.
Ooh. Fancy.
The cloudy whitewood, not the clear whitewood.
Yeah.
Just as distinction.
Right. Fair. Okay. Well then. Do we want to go to the bloody door?
So we've got map is the blood door. Map south, there's a fountain that Omen saw before.
Mm-hmm.
And then what you said, west, there's one more.
West, there is a short hallway, and then another. Actually, let me double check. There's a short hallway, which then leads into. It does lead into an open room. There is not a stone slab door there. But until you specifically check it out, it goes into a dark room.
There are no footprints or any other sign other than, like, obviously right at the door. There's no footprints or anything else on the floor.
Make an investigation check. Yeah, like I said previously, there really isn't much in the way of dust or dirt around to leave a bunch of footprints. And you spend some time looking about, and just between the torchlight and low light, you don't really notice any particular signs of disturbance until you get to the bloody door. Bloody door is probably a bit ominous. It's a regular stone door, and there's bloody handprints on the side.
I just call it the blood door.
Blood door.
No, that's not ominous at all. It's just bloody handprints.
I mean, we have a trail of blood behind us, so it's probably not paint.
It smells faintly like chocolate syrup and ketchup.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Taste it.
No. You get
Thoughts?
diseases. I say we go to the blood door.
Okay.
I would certainly agree. That seems to be the way that whoever came here before us went. I didn't see any disturbances in the central room. I will admit I'm still concerned about what's happening behind us, but perhaps it's some form of ancient abjuration that I'm not familiar.
Do we want to see if there's any... The west room looks open. Do we want to see if there's anything that might help or give us some clue as to what we're walking into?
I want to go to the blood door.
Okay. All right.
You guys could always split up.
Yeah, that's not an absolutely terrible idea.
And two of us go to the blood door, two of us go to the west door, one of us go to the south door.
No.
So you are standing in front of this intricately carved stone slab doorway, large stone slab doorway, with the two handprints on the support stones of the archway.
I'm not going
gonna
to
stand
lie.
back.
I feel like there's probably only one way to go about this.
We push the door.
Get in.
Omen just draws the haft of his longsword out about 6 inches or so, and runs his palm across it, clenches his fist to get the blood flowing, and I am probably tall enough to reach both at the same time. Can I gauge to see if I can reach both at the same time?
You are quite tall, and being a half giant, you probably do have quite a big Arm span. What is a normal person's arm
Arm span equals height.
Arm span equals height.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, this is a really wide doorway for map purposes. Is a 10-foot wide doorway.
Omen probably stands there in T pose for half a second.
You can almost reach, but not enough to get your hands on both of them, in the right orientation at the same time.
Does it have to be at the same time? Maybe you can just like high five one and then high five the other.
I doubt it.
I would point out I'm not particularly familiar with blood rituals or blood seals. His brow slowly furrows and turns to Aquila for a second.
I'm just trying to figure out if I missed something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything written on the door or anything that would indicate? Like, I understand why Omen's thinking that it's some kind of needs blood to activate, but is there anything that actually indicated that? Because it could. My original thought was just someone was already injured by something else when they tried to open it.
My reason for not thinking that is because there's no blood other than that, and what's right in front of the door on the floor.
There is a small trickle down each of the handprints where the excess blood would have dripped down. It's not smeared down like a horror movie handprint effect, and there is likewise not any blood on the floor until you get pretty much right underneath where the stone door slab meets the floor.
But it is a full-on, like someone's hand was covered in blood when they put it on.
Yes. Presumably.
And you said that it seems to be put there like purposefully.
I mean, somebody could have just fell against it, but again, they are too far apart for a non-giant to reach both ends at the same time, they're not shaky, they're not scraped.
It's very intentional placement, is what it seems like.
How big are these handprints? Are they like giant-sized handprints or regular humanoid-sized handprints?
They're about regular humanoid-sized handprints.
Okay.
Andrew, you would like to do something?
I'm gonna do detect magic real quick.
Okay.
Just to... Yeah.
Yes, you can sense that there is a necromantic aura on each of these handprints that sort of extends over and overlays the door.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there probably needs to be blood involved in this.
With that confirmation of magic, Aquila, you feel pretty confident that this is some sort of blood seal.
Was thinking so. Again, my reluctance is more just because slippery, bloody hands don't make for good holdings of swords.
I can do it.
You sure? Well, now I feel like I should.
I mean, I'm nervous. It's gonna hurt, but I mean, I can do it. If nobody else wants to.
I'll get it. Don't worry. I'll go ahead
Thank goodness. Thank you so much.
It's like, doesn't hurt as much as you think it's going to. Yeah, so I'll do cut and get some blood and place my hand in the other one.
Okay.
Back up to the door a little bit.
Omen has the other one.
Yeah, seeing that someone else is going to be joining me, he puts his hand up to the. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you can each of you put your hand on one of these handprints. After running a slit and drawing some blood in your hand, you both reach out in coordination and put your hands on the blood, which actually is indeed still a bit wet and cold.
Ew.
Really cold. Really cold. And you can feel as soon as the open wound hits the blood, there is a sharp, freezing pain that shoots up your arm, and you can feel it almost stab at your heart as you get that. I want each of you to roll a hit dice. And subtract that amount from your HP.
Well, here's the funny thing about multi-classing, Jack. Which
Right.
hit dice?
I will let you pick.
I only lose 4. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was a little worried about.
I'm not surprised. Which is ultimately kind of why I decided to go for it, because I have over Tolly, because I have more HP to eat.
Okay, you feel that painful sensation and your heart begin to beat a lot heavier. Nothing immediately happens. Do you hold your hand against the stone, or do you pull back in pain? Or otherwise?
This is cold even to us. Right?
Yes. Yeah, even to you, it is supernaturally cold.
I'm going to take my opposite hand and attempt to push the door, keeping the bloody hand against the seal.
You want to push the door?
Sure.
Okay. Make a con save. Okay. Yeah. Let's see here.
The door could sense he wanted to be a necromancer at that point.
Right.
Your true self.
Yeah.
Actually, after we resolve this,
let me just confirm.
I just realized I missed something I should have done.
Okay.
You wanted to use Mage Hand, didn't you?
No, Eyes of the Runekeeper.
Good idea.
Oh.
The thing Jack hates.
One of the things Jack hates.
To flip through where these spells are. So I remember everything that I put all over this dungeon. Right. Okay. What would that be on here? Yeah, okay. That's yeah.
A lot of
That's-
calculation going on for
that's,
25.
That's what that is. I mean, on a save, a critical doesn't really mean anything more than you're almost certainly going to succeed on the saving throw.
Right.
But
Hey,
you still take half damage of this. You take 13 points of necrotic damage as your one hand on the bloody handprint. You keep that there and push against the door. Ander, with your detect magic, you can see as they both place their hands on the handprint, there does seem to be a very minute flickering of that overlay of necromancy energy on the door. just briefly, until Omen goes and touches the door, and then the two handprints flare with intensity and shoot this arcane energy over to where Omen's pressing against the door. And Omen, you take 13 points of necrotic damage, and you can just feel the life energy, the warmth, and the moisture, the water being pulled from your arm, and the skin on your arm goes I would say it goes a little more gray, but you're pretty gray to begin with, and you just get this muscle ache and joint ache, akin to arthritis and deep muscle fatigue. Just briefly, until I assume instinctually you reach back.
Sure.
Do either or both of you keep your hands on the blood prints, the handprints?
Yeah.
Okay. And Omen, you said you were sticking to that. Roll another hit dice.
Before this continues for too much longer.
Nope.
I'd like to use Eyes of the Runekeeper to see if there's anything more detailed than what we got before, because I know Holly was trying to piece together multiple dialects. There might be better instructions about what the hell is actually happening.
That is your
manual.
one. That is the one that lets you read everything, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Anything written I can read.
Yeah.
Google Translate it.
There is the writing on the door, carved onto the door, that Tali mostly translated previously. There doesn't seem to be anything newly written into the door. More specifically, Tali was pretty spot on. It is a sort of here lies Shailua, first daughter and greatest general of King Gaerius Etrius. It lists off some battles that she was known for. Most those, of course, being proper nouns, so you don't get much definition from them, but you understand that they are either places or people. And the bottom does translate to essentially to basically be whether you be if you find yourself here and are a loyal citizen of the Etrian kingdom, stand in awe of the one of your greatest progenitors, she who secured your future, she who has the royal blood in her veins, the reason for your current existence. Should you be, unfortunately, Tomb Raider or rebel scum, had you not been wiped out yet, stand in fear of this monument and do not proceed under penalty of death and curse.
I wonder if it needs to be me and Tali that do it.
Maybe.
If I'm gonna keep an eye on the flow of magic, because I guess they've already had their hands there long enough to trigger the second round.
Again, there is a pulse, almost an arcane suction that sucks some of the life force from each of their hands. It pulsates along the handprints, and then there's another diminishing of the necromantic field in front of the door, but it doesn't go out.
It is getting weaker.
It gets weaker. You can sense that it is getting weaker, but it doesn't go out.
does seem to be slowly working. Whatever field is covering that door is weakening. But it also mentions something of curses for rebels. The Omens people, were they at all part of that fight back then? Or that was before they really came into the picture?
Omen's people, the Romvir, they are hundreds of miles away up in the
Right.
up in the northwest. They were not part of this conflict. This conflict was, of course, between the almost exclusively Elven kingdom, the Etric Elven kingdom, and mostly human, but other races who also didn't have many rights or privileges in the Elven kingdom by that time. So it wasn't just humans.
Right.
And you would remember that the dwarves were pivotal in the success of the rebellion. And there were a few traitorous Etric elves or elves from other places that joined in, on top of a smattering of all the other races, as the usual demographics fall.
Yeah, I guess I can convey the information on what's said at the bottom about looters and rebels needing to fear and loyal citizens not, but also at the same time, the lock does seem to be getting weaker.
Maybe it'll get weaker faster if we do it.
I also worry about interrupting it in the middle and making that all for nothing.
Yeah, well, we're not trying to steal anything. Just trying to stop someone else stealing something.
Nope, not
Agreed.
out to steal and with nothing.
Because
We're
we're
not part
having
of
a
the Empire,
conversation, do you two keep your hands on the wall still, or do you pull off to have this conversation?
Nope,
I'm still there,
Okay, roll another hit dice.
as expected.
Yeah, I was more trying to just give you all the information in case you wanted to pull your hand off. I was going to let you make that choice.
Nope.
Okay. With that, Aquila, you get a particularly strong sort of pull on your life force.
I was gonna say, I don't suppose I can shrug that off.
No. Nope.
I didn't think so.
And everybody else, everybody, even the two people who are doing this, you can see just a pool of blood running down. Actually, not as much as you would expect, given the amount of blood you feel is being drawn from you. The both of you are starting to feel lightheaded and cold, as if you were losing large amounts of blood.
Been through that before.
What is? Let me go through the totals of each of you individually here, because I forgot to note that was 4 and 7 and 9, and then that was 4 and 9 and.
I wonder if it's based on total hit point loss.
Well, then we're gonna be here a while.
It takes a certain amount of hit points into it to unlock it.
Yeah, and
Aquila, what is your maximum HP?
102.
102. Okay. And Omen?
60.
Sorry, say again?
60.
60. Omen, make a con save. Okay, you suffer a point of exhaustion from blood loss, from sheer blood loss. You have lost, each of you have lost a significant amount of blood at this point. Not a deadly amount of blood. Did you already have a level of exhaustion? You did, because you didn't sleep the night before. Oh, man, that's true.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I was just thinking of myself. Did I already have? Oh yeah, because I stayed up.
Oh man, okay. That's something we have to keep in mind. Yeah, you two have lost a lot of blood. Even though technically, Aquila, you have taken more HP in damage, your total HP was not did not hit the fraction.
Right.
So you both lost pretty much the same amount of blood, but Aquila, you are more a bit hardier and a bit more used to.
I was gonna say, it's like I'm used to blood
used
loss.
to blood loss at this point, and Omen is too. But you use blood loss frequently, so you're used to this feeling. What total are we at here? Yeah, there is another intense flicker. It almost drops, Ander, but it does still seem to just barely be holding on. Tali, you indicated you wanted to do something, and it is actually at this time that you hear a voice in the back of your head. It is Makiba. And while these two are literally throwing their life essence into this door, she contacts you. Sagana, she
terrible timing.
Escaped. Don't know where she went. She
Shoot.
Teleportation of some kind, trying to trace.
Oh.
Be aware. Advise?
Can I respond?
Yes.
Thanks for notifying. Keep trying to track her down. Let me know if anything changes.
I'm a little busy right now.
I'll tell the rest of the group. I just got a message from Makabush. Said Sagana has escaped. She used some kind of teleportation of some kind, and she's trying to track her down. Hasn't had any success yet, but I told her to keep me updated on that.
You really have a habit of finding the bad ones, Xander. Or perhaps
trying to date her.
No, just you. Oh, I know. Just it's like you seem to find them pretty well.
Tully, you indicated you had something to ask on top of what I just threw at you.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if Aquila and Omen are visibly, like, you can tell, like, by if they're getting pale from, like, all the blood loss and stuff that
they are
experiencing.
starting to lose color.
Okay.
Omen is starting to wobble a little bit, just slightly. You can tell that the arm that they're using to press against this handprint is starting to shake as if from exhaustion.
Okay, cool. Just wondering. We'll have to some heals out later.
You said that it is real dim right now, right? Like the lock. What I assume is the lock.
Right. Yeah. Whatever arcane field is overlaid on this door is starting to flicker.
Yeah, Omen actually starts to use his other hand to keep his bloody hand like pressed to his stomach.
Yeah.
It's like struggling to keep his arm.
Just sort of very intensely staring at her hand, just sort of focusing on keeping it there.
Okay. Both of you roll another hit dice. Okay. Yeah, Keela, you should still be good. You have a ton of HP. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so there is yet another necromantic, icy, painful stabbing that goes up your arm and stabs into your heart. And you can hear the heartbeat pounding in your ears. It almost, those watching these two, you can feel as they're pressing intently against the stone, that every time they do have a heartbeat, their whole body shudders. And this sort of darkness begins to take the periphery of each of your visions. You're developing this cold sweat. You have cotton mouth. You are beginning to shake and get woozy. And then the stabbing sensation subsides. The blood that has been trickling down the wall actually recedes upwards a bit. And Andrew, you can see that the whatever effect this was on the door intensifies real quickly and then blinks out. You two, there actually did seem to have a bit of suction on your hand, and the amount of force that you were applying just to keep yourself on the wall immediately subsides, and just from sheer exhaustion, both of you slump down.
I guess trying to steady whoever I'm closest to.
Which of the half giants would you like to trust fall?
The several 100-pound half giant.
Like from the side, try to steady and help slow them down a little bit.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be a pillow.
Sure. Yeah.
Honestly, since Omen looked like he was getting it a little bit, it was hitting him harder.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably the one I would have been watching and more concerned.
Yeah, but between the three of you, you can help ease them down. They can both take a knee or sit down on the floor for a little bit. And actually, the cut that each of you made in your hand, it is still deep, and you would expect there to be free-flowing blood, but it is clean and dry. Not healed over, but not bleeding. You can feel your whole arm is numb, pins and needles tingling, and you slowly feel the warmth returning to it as your heart, still racing, still beating heavily, begins to pump fresh blood back down that arm.
Reminds me of the time I almost passed out after donating blood.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun.
I don't deal with blood loss well, so I know this feeling.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It's like I just remember almost passing out.
Yeah, Christian, were you going to say something?
Yeah. Immediately, Omen's going to try to find something to tie his hand to stop even more blood from flowing out once he does start to get blood flow back.
Mm-hmm.
Pull away at a piece of his undershirt to try to make some sort of makeshift bandage.
All right.
Mostly, he's just shaking.
Mm-hmm.
He does so.
Yeah, a few moments go by. You tightly wrap your hand, and as you finish, standing there looking at your hand, which is shaking heavily, you can see just the lightest trickle of blood begin to model underneath the bandage. Akila, I assume you do something generally the same.
Yeah.
Tali, what do you got? Actually, before you do this,
I would. Okay.
Yeah. Before you do this, as you are lowering each other down and tending to your wounds, you hear a scream from the corridor, due south, map south. A sort of strained, high-pitched scream.
I probably didn't hear her scream, but I did spend enough time with her that I might recognize. Was that did it sound like Sagana?
Picking out a scream from somebody's normal cadence.
Fair. That's what I said. I wouldn't have heard her scream, so...
I will let you make a wisdom check, but it's gonna be a really high DC.
Wisdom check?
Might as well try.
Nope.
No, you're not sure.
Perpetually unobservant.
It's a scream. It's high pitched. It could be a woman. It could be a small child. It could be a man with a particularly high voice. You're not sure. It's a scream. Tali, you indicated you wanted to do something. Does that change with this new information?
Yes, I would like. No, it does not. I would like to cure wounds, omen at 2nd level. That's, what is it, 2d8 plus something? 3? That's 11 points of healing for omen. And then I will do that for Aquila as well. 15 points for Aquila.
Okay. Tali clearly likes Aquila better.
They seem like... Well, not on
At least your
purpose.
God
It's gonna be longer.
The dice.
Likes Aquila better, nothing else.
The tier system.
What?
Yeah, Archaeologist says.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he said nobody likes Aquila better.
No, I said her God does, if nothing else.
Okay, I know. That was why I was. It's like, wait, what? That's rude.
So Tali reaches out and
Never mind.
touches each of you in succession, and you both do feel a sort of warm breeze come over you, as if the sun was shining down on you on a warm but comfortable summer day, and you could feel the warmth begin to return to your body. The cold sweat on your brow and your chest begins to subside, and the shaking alleviates.
Real quick, was that max HP damage, the hit dice?
It did not reduce your maximum HP, no.
Okay, cool.
I'm not that mean.
Otherwise, that would have been a waste of a
Not
spell.
right now.
Or 2 spells.
That mean yet.
So, should we deal with that, or go through this door thing?
I say we go through the door before it relocks itself, and we have to do that all over again.
That is a fair point.
We did it all over again.
Whoever is screaming either probably shouldn't have been following us, or they're getting what they probably deserve.
Or maybe they felt that.
Or maybe it's shied away.
Either way, I would say after what you literally just put blood, sweat, and tears into that, you might as well make use of it.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, I guess.
So we just push it?
Yes, so.
Okay. Somebody make a strength check.
Yeah, and Omen will
I was gonna say, is it big enough for us to push together?
Well,
Yeah, and in fact that could probably help, because this is one much larger piece of stone. Christian, you were also saying something.
Yeah, Omen slowly stands up and turns to the door and back to Ander, and just sort of nods at him as he puts his hand on it and starts to attempt to push.
So both of you are going to go over to one side and try to shimmy this door.
Yeah, I mean, Akil will help try to push it open.
Okay. Yeah. So either each of you roll, or one with advantage.
My strength is higher, but
Yeah.
I have disadvantage on checks.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I don't.
How would that work? Would it just be a straight, regardless of who's rolling Jack?
I mean, if Aquila gives you advantage, it would be a straight roll. Otherwise, Aquila, you would be rolling normal, and Omen, you would be rolling with disadvantage.
Guidance.
You could guidance one of them.
I would say, but so Omen can't give me advantage?
Omen couldn't give you advantage. Yes. Yeah, I'll say yes, yeah. You're
So
right.
do you want me to roll then?
That's more what I was asking. Is if me using the help action because I have disadvantage on the action I'm trying to do would just end up a straight roll for Aquila as well. I don't know how that would work.
Actually, you know what?
We should both just roll and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to make this overly complicated. So we're just going to stick with what I said.
Which is?
Which is, Omen, yes, you can provide Aquila with advantage. Aquila, you'll be doing most of the strength stuff. Omen, you'll mainly be providing leverage and support.
Okay, so this is a strength check? Or athletics?
Strength check.
Alright. Fuck. And Tali was giving guidance?
Yeah.
Yep.
You can add a
13.
D4 on top of that. 13 with the D4, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. 13 is not enough to move this gigantic stone door. You do hear the slight scraping of stone on stone beneath you as it does move like a couple centimeters. And you huff for a bit and buckle down and brace yourself for another push when you hear another piercing scream from behind.
I'm far more inclined to continue ignoring that. I'm just going to put my shoulder into the wall.
I agree, and I'm ready to just keep pushing.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye, like, I'm going to turn and watch that direction, but yeah, I'm kind of with them, like.
We're already here doing it.
Yeah, Aquila, roll another strength check. Okay, you both spend another couple moments pushing against this door. It does move, but not enough to dislodge it from its holdings.
I think after all the blood that got put in the damn thing, it would just open.
Never that easy.
Let me check something here.
If you add them together, they got a 23.
I know. Why couldn't Tali guidance us again?
If I can, I will do that.
It's okay at this point.
She was distracted by that most recent scream on your second attempt.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Let me see something.
I'm just giving her a hard time.
Third, we could both guidance. One of us guidance each of you.
Not
gonna
gonna
say,
work.
Who
I'd rather
wants
Tali
Let's do that.
I'd rather Tali guidance me.
Oh, we can.
I don't want your
Double
patron in my
guide.
head again.
One person.
Xander's guidance?
Killa hated that experience.
Okay, interesting.
Sure, I like that.
It's not
Okay.
that hard.
Yeah, so ignoring that, you guys can continue.
Are we making a third push?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I suppose
we
you
being
two
guidanced?
can guidance each of them.
Double guidance. Does guidance stack?
No.
No.
But it's a touch spell, so there's two 2 people.
There we go.
16 and
20.
Unnatural 20.
Okay. Yes. So with that, you do. Let's see here. Omen, again, you feel this sort of warm breeze push against your back, and there's a little bit of invigoration. You can feel more of your weight being pushed against the door, and you can feel almost a gentle guidance to move your hand just a little bit lower and to the left, just to get the most leverage out of your arm.
I was doing you, Taylor, so he made that decision on his
Oh,
own.
I know. I'm not blaming you.
That is true. It's usually you, Ander, that helps Aquila, and Tali has been helping Omen, so I stuck with that.
She did specifically say she didn't want me to do that to her again, though.
Said that out of character, so it's fine.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, it's a similar but far less comforting experience for Aquila. You get that oily sensation on the back of your neck again, and you hear in the back of your mind, "More pressure, upper right corner. Put your heel against the wall." And you kind of shrug it off, this eldritch voice in the back of your head, backseat pushing you. But the both of you get the appropriate amount of leverage and force against this door, and you do push it out of its holdings. The next question is, do you want to try to catch it from falling, or are you just pushing it down and letting it fall where it may?
Push it down, and honestly, at that point, just like covering her ears.
I actually like that Aquila was the one that was the doc that I guidance because you rolled a 4.
Yeah.
I know. It's like
guidance is more useful.
It's like I love it. Akil absolutely hated it, but I love it.
Omen's brain doesn't have the right blood flow just yet. It didn't seep all the way in. Omen, I assume, seeing Aquila step back, you don't try to deadlift this door on your own.
Yeah, I was going to until I saw Aquila just say no.
Yeah, you try to hold on to it and keep it steady because you were mainly providing leverage and security. But she steps back. You can feel the weight bear down on you, and you can normally hold quite a bit of weight, but just from your recent exhaustion, it slips from your grip. And the door does slam down diagonally and hit part of the wall on the inside and the floor on the inside. A crack runs up the seam, runs up one of the door panels before it meets the indent in the middle of the door and shoots through that middle indent, and the door splits in half and pieces crumble off. Makes a god-awful crashing sound.
Is that she covered her ears?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Omen's just gonna stand there saying under his breath, sort of, "Oh, sorry, Maxim."
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
Okay, let me...
Last time it was more dangerous to try to hold it.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't go with my idea. I was thinking about shattering the door open, but this...
God.
Yeah.
Not in this... Oh, God. You're gonna bury us alive.
That part I did not think of.
I need to...
Well, now you've thought of it.
I will keep that in mind.
Appreciate it.
Kids have to fight
Very
something.
appreciated.
There we go. Okay, got that working. Okay. Yes, the door crashes, and in front of you, let me draw one more thing super quick, just to make sure
Is it a battle
I have
map?
the right context. Stop that.
Or is it definitely not a battle map?
Now that that's open, do we want to go check on the screaming?
Oh no. Have there been more screams?
I have paused time real quick. I will answer that in just a second.
Oh, the best line from Star Wars.
It's the best non-terrible line, perhaps.
Okay, and then I need to reveal some area.
My usual quote is, I hate sand because it's coarse and irritating and it gets everywhere. Quote that part.
Everybody knows that one. Then.
Well, I mean, it's
that
true.
No, I'm not. Again, it's just one of those, like, and it was such a terrible writing decision. And the directing was
not
awful
wrong.
in that scene.
Okay. Yes, let me throw each of you over to this new map. Again, you'll probably have to scroll down and
map?
over.
Yeah, but definitely not a battle map.
Definitely not.
And over. Ah, yes.
Yeah, you guys are down in that little corridor there with the crumpled door. Time unpauses. And yes, as the crashing and crumbling of the door in front of you subsides, you hear what sounds like a... not the same, but you hear another, almost like a collapse, like a rock slide, like a rock fall, from further, back down in the dungeon, in this tomb.
Someone's having a man.
Like from where we came from back?
South.
Not from right to what was map south, down that hallway. Yeah.
Okay.
Looking...
Did you see any more stone doors while you were down there? I was asking Omen if he heard any or saw any stone doors.
He heard any stone doors
down there. I meant saw. Sorry.
I know, it was funny though.
Omen.
Sorry, what?
When you were down in that corridor south, did you see any other stone doors that could have been knocked down just now?
Not any stone doors, just more hallways.
Okay.
For context, I know I showed you guys the map. Looking out past this stone door that you just pushed over, you can see there's a short hallway before it opens up into what looks like the front portico of an ancient Etrian temple. There's a raised platform, there's a set of steps that goes up to a raised platform where each of those columns are being held. You can only see a couple of them from where you are standing. And then it meets another rectangular wall, and you can see another quite a large doorway there at the front of where this new chamber or building opens. It's not the same just solid stone slab. This is actually a reinforced metal and dark wood metal door, intricately designed but reinforced with strips of iron. Where's the word I'm looking for?
Marzipan.
What?
I don't know. Just trying to find the word you were looking for. Maybe it was marzipan.
Doesn't matter.
Force of marzipan.
It's reinforced with iron bars and rivets riveted in. There we go. But yes, there was a crash behind you. Sorry to distract.
Timing of it's very interesting.
Cool. So forward to the balcony or backward to the screaming and crashing?
We Choices.
With all the effort we've put in, I want to keep going forward.
Yeah. Concern, I guess, is if something comes up behind us and we get pincered. Now that the door is open, I don't think we can get locked back out. That was my concern, was that that field might regenerate itself in time. But anyone else have thoughts?
Like I said, I'm of a mind to keep going forward.
I like Omen.
Decisions, choices are hard to make. It was screaming. Someone could be a danger, but it could be someone that we don't care about, but it could be someone that we do care about.
I doubt that.
With what happened in the room with the floating things, I feel it could simply be another distraction happening behind us. I think we should continue forward. If someone is truly in danger, well, they were warned not to enter.
Okay. Forward it is, I suppose.
All right,
And we
then I
go.
guess that settles it.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. You can continue forward down this short hallway and approach what does look like an old Etrian temple or administrative building. See, it does continue and wrap around the side. As you go up and approach this wall. It is obviously well, again, it's not so much carved into the ground, because you're not that far down, you would suspect. So there are places where rock has been hewn where it needed to be, or removed, and you can see there are some stone reinforcing arches that help hold back any of the earth that would try to bear down on the open spaces of this room over time. But it does look like an old Etrian architecture building that's simply been buried. This building, or at least this wall that you come up to, is not decorated like any of the previous rooms have been. It's still well built. There are minor decorations, especially on the columns. They are fluted. They do taper up towards the top, and they have Etrian sort of mixture of organic and geometric pattern that wraps around them. You can definitely see the age on the marble of the columns and the wood and metal of the doors. There are 3 doors there, fairly standard to the architecture of this style. And again, above, sort of at the upper molding of this wall here, which probably does run a good probably 20 feet high. So you do know you're a ways underground. But of course, there was a mound, so it may be sticking up a bit from where the ground would otherwise be level. There is more writing on the top of this wall here. And between Tali and Anders' eldritch cheating vision, which I always make fun of, but again, I want to say is a fantastic, thematic, and completely appropriate choice for your character. It does read, again, here lies Shailue, first daughter of Gaerius Etrius. May only the highest of Etrian citizens, those of noble blood and birth, bear witness to this chamber and the glory of what lies beyond.
Anyone here a noble? Noble blood? Anybody?
Never understood
I
nobility.
mean, I'm an orphan. I could put. There's a chance.
There's always a chance.
Oh, go ahead.
Sevgi, actually, I don't know how much Sevgi has divulged about herself.
About none?
Yeah.
I want to know more about you.
Sevgi, you're a noble.
She's not Etrian
We all need to
nobility.
have like a spa day or something.
Omen's going to start walking through, looking at the ground for the trickle of blood. Anything that would indicate that somebody has come in here.
Yeah.
Before.
Okay. Yeah, make an investigation check.
I'm great at those.
And, of course, you do have disadvantage because of your exhaustion. I will say, anyone who... If one person who is also proficient in investigation would like to roll, they can as well.
I will.
I'm not proficient in investigation.
I am not.
It's something.
Okay. Again, because you were aware of it previously, there actually was a little bit of dried blood beneath where the door was. That has since been crumbled over and covered in stone. It does seem to pretty much only be there, however. Going forward into this chamber, you don't notice... you don't really notice any particular sign that anybody has been here. But again, there's not much in the way of dust or dirt. There's no footprints of blood or mud or otherwise.
Would there be any sense of people?
Make a smell check.
What I'm good at, so theoretically it's what I'm good at.
Hey.
12.
It's a little dusty and stuffy.
Like I said, theoretically it's what I'm good
It is dusty and stuffy, and the most prominent scent you can smell is that of Sevgi's blood.
I figure our own blood as well.
And your own blood. Yeah, there's a lot of blood down here, and probably sweat. But whether you can't really distinguish whether there may have been other not you people here in any near time.
That's
I
fair.
words correctly now. I do.
But I mean, we're gonna keep going in.
Okay.
You said there were doors up here?
Yep. You have these three large doors. I think they should be uncovered from the fog of war.
Just barely.
But I can...
It's very cold.
I'm not giving anything
Yeah.
away by extending.
There they are.
There we go. Now we
can
can see doors. Slightly crooked doors. Sorry, I'm teasing.
You try drawing maps in Roll20.
That's good enough.
No, why do you think I used the? Why do you think I went to the effort of finding those city maps in Blades?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Just want to go straight through the middle door?
I'm gonna look at the doors. Is there anything? Well, I want to look at them each first, see if there's any more information? Is it
Fine.
still more of just the here lies, shy away stuff?
I will say you can also make an investigation roll. The other two, this is sort of included in your otherwise the rolls you've already made. 4. They're doors. They look like doors. They are closed and they are large, probably old.
But you're not sure. They could be brand new.
Yeah. Yeah, they seem pretty old. Maybe.
As large doors tend to have, each of them has rather large and shapely large knockers on each of the large wooden panels.
Nice.
Wooden panels?
Cool.
I would imagine that my detect magic is still running.
Sure.
Is there anything magical about the doors? Boards or whatnot?
There is nothing magical about these doors. No. How far does detect magic extend?
It extends 30 feet, but
stuff blocks
metal and wood can block it if it's enough.
You don't detect any magic.
Okay, yeah, 30 feet.
Like an inch of metal and like 5 inches of wood.
It's 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't notice anything.
Oh. They're normal doors, non-magical. Totally walk through them.
Well, I suppose we should knock first.
I was gonna say, are you sure we didn't do that back there with the other door?
Good one.
These are different knockers.
No, that was the doorbell. This is knocking.
Yeah,
and we all die.
I was just gonna walk up to the door and do the second.
1, 2, 3.
Open it.
Oh, just going into the center.
Sorry, everybody else. What were you saying, Christian?
Omen is walking to the door in the center and just going to try to open it.
Okay. You do so. You walk up to this door and grab onto one of the large metal rings and give it a pull. It does indeed begin to open. It is a large door, and you're a little woozy right now, but it's not going to require a check. You pull at it, and it does begin to open. There's just the slightest scraping of wood on stone. And looking in on the inside of this, let me check something here.
Clean the doorway so the fireball that gets thrown at us misses.
Again, not another one. Great. Because someone decided to knock on the door.
Yeah.
Fireball.
Yeah, knocking didn't work well for us last time, actually.
Yeah, that went real poorly. I was like, but that was so funny. I mean, it was also fitting that it knocked Tali out afterwards.
Okay. Yeah, so, looking further inside this chamber, I'm just going to go ahead and reveal the lot of it.
Ooh.
You can walk.
Hey, look, all 3 doors led to the same place.
Yes, they did. You can walk into.
Kind of what I expected.
You can walk into this room.
Yeah.
And
Fireball.
It looks like it has been set up in a sort of. You can see there are low benches that. Stop that. That are every few feet here, almost like low pews. that start about halfway into this room, as if this could be some place of worship or reverence. I mean, they're not exact.
Please even those out. They're bothering me.
No. You can see there are a few basins that have been built into the walls that look like they could have at one time held water or wine of some kind.
There's no sheer pink robes, right?
No, there are no pink robes.
Good.
So tired of those.
Yeah, and actually, there is... I changed that. There is not actually a door here. So you can see, just as you are approaching into this room with the light that is on Aquila and the torch that Omen has, which is probably starting to get fairly low at this point. Does it specify how long torches last?
It does.
Usually not a stickler.
At least a couple hours, right?
Torch burns for 1 hour,
1 hour.
providing bright light in a 20-foot radius. Dim light for an additional 20.
Wow.
But
this is the one you lit.
This is one I lit in
Yeah.
the other room. So.
Yeah. It's been probably 40 minutes or so, because you took the short rest.
It's close.
Yeah.
They took a short rest.
Right. A short rest was had.
We're still standing around for 30 minutes.
That's
Fine.
Yes, you can step into this room, and it does open up. You see, going forward past this sort of reception ceremonial area, what looks like a curved wall, and not far beyond it you can see basically a stone sarcophagus on a raised platform. It is built in Etrian funerary architecture that you would be used to. You can see those sort of the geometric pattern that extends into sort of sweeping upward horns around the side or the corners of the sarcophagus. There's some sort of curved or bulbous molding down at the base of it, and then it descends back into darkness. You can see there are curved walls that end, and it looks like there's a space that goes into other rooms before there's another section of curvature, and then opens up into another chamber beyond that.
All the cultists.
Aquila, make a listen check. (17). You can.
Yep, I listened.
You can hear this low, guttural chanting coming from deeper in that room. In what sounds, what languages do you understand?
Several. I know giant, common, abyssal, and celestial.
It does actually sound like a combination of abyssal and celestial with some extra words or dialect thrown in there, but it is this real deep and sort of ominous, not so much whisper, but sort of hushed chanting. Can
I pick up any meaning from the bits I can understand?
Make an Arcana check. It does seem to be it uses an ancient celestial, and I use celestial as the umbrella term there, dialect of arcane speech. It's not built in grammatical syntax and vocabulary that makes a lot of direct sense, but you do get the sense that it is calling. It is. You actually do pick out the proper noun Gastrea. There seems to be a beseeching of her to grant them power and rise or raise the dead to do her
Yep,
bidding.
that's what I wanted to know.
Yep.
They're trying to raise her. Let's get in there.
Alright, cool.
There's the cultists.
So what I wanted to know, does it sound like they're trying to raise her?
Sorry, Christian?
Drawing my sword and charging.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. It's like pulling my swords out too.
Omen and Aquila draw their weapons and go charging in. The other three of you.
I would have said that they're trying to raise
I know.
her.
You said that.
Okay.
You two charge in. The other three, hearing that, get ready for battle, and I think we're going to take a break. We're going to use
everybody
that.
else
Woo!
runs. Everybody else runs way in front of Omen because he's like barely moving.
That's right, I
Right,
forgot.
yeah, you're at half speed.
Everyone
That's
else
true.
is so much faster than I am.
Yeah.
He charges and it was just like slowly jog past him.
Okay. Well.
Leaving Omen in the dust.
Let me throw
I draw my
everyone's.
staff.
Okay.
Your stick.
Let me throw everyone's.
I was gonna.
Okay, Omen's there. Nice. I got
With
Ander and
myself.
Aquila and Sevgi and Tali. There we go. Throw you guys over there. And yeah, let's take a break before we get into the heat of this combat.
It's definitely not a battle map.
Definitely not. You don't need to worry about it.
Yeah. I wore my Yeet for Initiative shirt last week.
Yep.
Yep, you should have
Yeah.
worn it
Watched
this
it.
week.
Oh well.
I can change it real quick. I'll be right back.
I got my undead tree shirt going on that nobody can see.
Purple because it matched my
Yeah.
lips.
Okay, anyway, we're going to take a break. They just rolled their own
Break time.
short rest, but you guys watching, you go take a short rest, grab some food, grab a drink, stretch your legs, roll some hit dice. We will be back in
Hydrate.
8 to 10
Anticipate what's
minutes.
coming.
Yeah. Stick around because it's going to
Get some
be
friends.
it's going to be interesting.
Fuck.
It's going to be interesting. We'll be right back.
You've said that.
Oh, no.
All right, we are back. We are back, and the party is delving into the depths of this ancient elven tomb. So for anyone who is just now joining us, thanks for joining us, and you can go back and watch the first half of this on YouTube when it drops, probably Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm trying to get it better on Tuesdays, but by Wednesday. Anyway, quick recap: the group has spent most of the first half of this session recuperating from the events of last session, and throwing literal blood, sweat, and tears into a necromantically locked door that required a blood sacrifice from anyone who wanted to open said door. There was some screaming further back, not the way they directly came, but further opposite from the direction they wanted to proceed. There was some screaming and the sound of a collapse of some sort, which they promptly ignored and continued blustering forward. And that's pretty much where we are now. The group has largely broken their way into what looks like a proper Ancient Etrian, that's the Elven Kingdom, sort of ceremonial building of some kind. And as they walked into the sort of reception area for this building, Aquila heard low necromantic ritualistic chanting, beseeching the dark goddess Gastrea to grant them the power to raise an army, to raise more followers for the Lich Prince Indrashadid and his coming cleansing of the world. And as such, in normal fashion, the two half-giants have drawn their blades and begun charging forward as the group is ready to engage in battle. So, I think the first thing we are going to do, now that we are back in the game, is, specifically for Arlene here, is to yeet for initiative. There we go.
Just like my shirt says.
Yeah. I don't usually use that word. I'm going to do that once. All right. So go ahead and let me pull up the
No, it's a fun word to use.
the initiative board. Which of these many buttons do I have to press to find initiative? Is it this one? Yes. And I have to delete everybody from here. Okay. Yes, if you could highlight your mini and press your roll your initiative.
I think you deleted mine after I.
Oh. Yeah, I'll put
fine.
that in. I'll put that in manually. You don't need to roll again.
Cool.
I don't remember. Can I hide initiatives from you? If they're not on the same layer, do you still see their initiative?
Right now, I just see us.
Probably.
But...
Yeah, because I haven't rolled anybody else yet.
Yeah, I don't really think there's a way for you to sneaky initiative.
Yeah. That's a shame. Let's throw Tali back in here first.
No, that's not the worst initiative I've ever rolled.
Tali rolled... What did Tali get? A 20.14.
Funny. Yep, me and Sevi got the same score.
Yeah, you did. What is... Well, you both have the same dexterity, because that's what that fraction is for. Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Should we roll again?
If you want to. Or you could just decide. I'm not all that fussed one way or another. If it's between you and an enemy, I would say yeah, let's roll. But you guys can decide on your own, how you want to act. Yeah, it doesn't seem.
I don't mind running in first.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
So I will give you a 20.1.
I feel like it would make more sense anyway, since Sevgi's leg is all sliced up,
That is true. You're hobbling a bit, Zevgi. Okay.
Just to remind you, in case you forgot.
Why isn't this ordering itself? Oh, now what happened? Who did I just delete? Ander. For some
Ander?
reason, I deleted Ander. What did Ander?
Anders disappeared from the universe.
I'm just gonna sit in the pew and just watch.
That's happened before.
Well, not physically.
Has
No.
So far as we know.
Okay, yeah, there doesn't seem to be a way for me to... Oh, except I can just do what I always do. And,
Question marks?
I need to, because there's Fog of War... Yeah, there's still... I'm gonna move this over here. There's Fog of War. I need to make sure I'm on the right layer. And this is so much easier in person. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then I need to select... And I need to roll for these guys.
Roll for what order they want to die in.
Yup.
Well, we hope that's what's going to happen.
I'm being cocky. I'm speaking it into existence.
See, we're not rolling
Initiative.
for the same thing.
Okay.
Oh, that's great.
Then we have... Okay. Bear with me, everybody, as I manually apply some initiatives here. This is this is actually, we'll see how it works out, but this is probably one of the more complicated fights that I have designed. So it will take some maintenance for just a second as I coordinate all the pieces that need to be moving at once. Okay, so then we do this. Rolling. Okay. These guys aren't rolling very well. The fanatics are on the ball. Everyone else is not doing so hot.
For them.
Good.
I should make sure I don't have any of these sheets in the battle window. Okay, so that is a cool.
Battle window.
No looking at the stream.
Yeah, that sounds fancy. Aw, man, I was just about to look at the stream. I guess I won't do it now.
It's cheating. And one more, I believe. We'll call this that.
I love when I talk when I'm muted. I said I basically just keep a sliver of the screen visible to make sure it hasn't cut out.
Yeah.
We haven't looked at the stream in like a few weeks now.
Probably
Yeah.
for the best.
Yeah, I like that you guys are double checking the stream, and it helps to buff our viewer count. But I don't want, especially when I have the battle window up. I don't want to give anything away.
Nope,
what
not
do they
looking at
get
it.
here? Okay, so that's just one of these.
Just looking at my squishies.
I noticed those, yeah.
These were stocking stuffers. They're squishy.
Makes sense.
They're fun to
Okay.
smush.
Now, how do
I assume they were
order
squishy since you
this?
called them squishies.
I have a reindeer too.
There we go. Okay. This is actually a fairly large map, so I don't have much room to display the turn order for the viewership. They don't need to know. Okay.
It is really more important that we know the
Yeah,
turn order.
yeah, it's more important for us. Everyone else can just follow along. Okay. I believe that's all the maintenance I need to do on my side. Omen, what is your dexterity score?
Sorry, what?
What is your
Me?
dexterity score? Yeah, Omen's dexterity.
It's a 10, which is why I have it.
Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure if you don't have that Okay. I
don't have it selected, but because it doesn't matter.
I will simply defer to you. That works for reasons. Okay. Let's jump into this. I am actually following leads on getting some tunes for us, some battle music and some ambient sounds for background. So hopefully I'll get those at some point. Let's jump into this combat. Yes, so you walk into the room. Aquila identifies the low necromantic chanting of a number of people coming from within the darkness moving forward. There doesn't really seem to be all that much light down here. Yeah. Okay, so the two of you began running forward.
I apparently tripped.
Yeah, you did not roll high in the initiative. But yeah, above a 4 on a natural 1 isn't bad. Nice, good good overlay for the torchlight there. Aquila would have a similar one. Because that actually is fairly helpful to me. So let's see if I can figure out how to do that.
I don't see any overlay for
Yeah,
torchlight.
it's only the DM and the player who has the overlays.
Okay.
Unless the DM chooses it.
Does that work? Oh,
Nifty.
it's not.
So
I see that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's significant. That's.
I don't think that's right. 10, 15,
That's
20.
That is all pretty big. Oh,
What is the radius of your light? It's 30. It's 3060,
it's
right?
no
2040.
2040.
Okay. I don't know why I keep blanking on this number. I
don't mind you giving me more light, but yeah.
There we go. Okay.
That's still not bad.
No. Okay. So I'm actually going to move you two another 5 feet forward, just because you took the initiative to run forward. You didn't win the initiative to continue running forward. Okay. Tali, you are first to act.
Cool. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20. I'd like to just walk straight ahead and come right here. What do I see from there?
What you see from there, I really wish that it was easier to draw circles in Roll20. But a square will have to suffice. Currently, I'll give you, judging by the radius of the light, you see this.
Shape and then hold Alt for a circle.
Yeah, but then you have to, it drags, because it's still as if it's a corner, so you have to find out where the corner would be and then stretch it so that the circle actually it doesn't stay at the corner. It's
gotcha.
Yeah, stretches down into a circle. I believe I could do. Actually, no. Holding Alt doesn't work for reveal areas. Works for drawing, but not for reveal areas.
Okay.
Interestingly enough. Anyway, me learning how this works aside, Tali, you run forward. You see, you can just barely make out in the other two sort of circular chambers of this building. You can see on either side there is likewise sarcophagi and a robed figure standing next to each of them. They have it's this large black robe, very traditional necromancer with this large swooping hood on top, but you can see the hood is sort of outlined, and they have stitched really tiny little bones that weigh down the hood a little bit, and beneath their cloak, you can see each of them has a breastplate that likewise is stitched with rows of small bones that go down the front. They are chanting. Each of them have a gnarly looking dagger in one hand that is stabbed into their hand, which is dripping blood on top of the coffins, the sarcophagi. They do turn to notice the light spilling into this room, but they do not stop chanting. You can see that there is just the slightest of shimmer or flicker to them, almost like heat rebounding off the pavement on a hot summer day. There's just that waviness to the air around them as they are really pulling at the arcane weave. And you also see, pull this up, I wish it wouldn't immediately go over to the, and I'm going to make sure it doesn't go into the roll window either. Okay, I just need more monitors. I need like a 6 monitor setup like the pros have. So if you want to help me get my shit together, go over to Patreon and support the channel so I can get a full command center going. Anyway, let's see, what do we got here? As you run up and look around, something happens. Let's see what happens. Okay, alright. Well, like I said, complicated, so some turns might take a little longer than usual as I coordinate everything that is happening. Yes, so I need to draw another circle. No, I'm just going to make it a square because squares are easier. I need to fill it. And that is... We're going to go with that. Okay, so... It is hard to see the grid with multiple layers of color.
I don't know what it is you're doing, but the measurement tool comes in handy.
And I need to throw that in a background layer so you guys can see where you are.
I don't like that we're all covered in green.
Okay.
That
Does
seems
that look
bad.
translucent to you guys now?
No.
No.
No, it does not. Okay. Okay. Stand by. And I'll do this again. And actually, that's a good call for measurements, actually, because now I can do... Let's send that back.
Why have we disappeared
there.
from the screen?
Because when I deleted the square, it deleted everything within it, apparently. Fantastic.
Oh, no.
I will move you guys back in just a second.
Technology.
Okay, so we have a ring. Now I need to throw everybody back on the battle map. Let's see. Tali, I believe you were just inside the room there. Somewhere about there. We had Aquila somewhere around there. Omen right next to her. And then Sevgi was somewhere back here, and Ander was somewhere over here. That look about right for everybody? And
Yeah.
it deleted you from the turn order. Aye.
It'd look better if I was outside of whatever AoE you're about to drop on us.
Yeah.
Yeah, how the hell would they even know to aim there?
Because you're glowing.
That doesn't mean they need to aim there. They can't see me.
Don't worry about it. They are capable of aiming there, yes. I wasn't going to make you re-roll initiative.
I'd like to re-roll.
That's the only way I can put myself.
Right, yeah. Good point. Tali's there. I need Aquila, I need Ander, and I need Sevgi.
I'm still...
Are you still there? No, I guess you are. I don't know why it got rid of some of you.
The people you added manually are still there.
Okay.
He didn't add me manually, but I'm still there.
You're at a 0.
6. Sevgi, what did Sevgi
Oh, no, you're not.
get?
20.14.
Okay. Tali, Ander, Omen, Aquila, Sevgi. All of the baddies are still there. Okay, I think we're good. That was more complicated than it needed to be. Okay, Tali, you run forward. You see, as I had described, there is a louder... Actually, let me bring this back up. Yeah, there is a louder, more forceful arcane command that is spoken further back in the chamber. And you hear this low guttural as you turn around, the sound seeming to emanate from behind you, almost where Omen and Aquila is, and from around their area, this greenish yellow noxious fog expands outward. Because you did a very good job of announcing your presence. Let's see here.
I see a caster of said thing.
You do not have line of sight on a visible caster. No, not the source of this spell. Oh, your light radius disappeared too. I gotta reapply that.
I didn't want to bring it up out here.
Let's see. Let's read how this works. When a creature enters the spell area. Okay, so this will take effect at the start of your turns. Okay, so that is Omens. I can throw Aquila's on there. 20, 40, save settings. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I will need to remember that. But Tali, because it was applied after the start of your turn, you are not immediately affected by this, I believe. Well, when a creature enters the spell's area for the first time, or starts its turn there, I suppose you entered the area as it surrounded you.
Are we all gonna get immediately hit twice by this?
No, you're not gonna...
I was gonna say, we dealt with that before.
Yeah,
and
right.
Yeah. If you don't start your turn.
Yeah, because never mind.
Yeah, you would have to willingly walk into it to take damage.
Mm-hmm.
Begin your turn.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So Tali, you are actually safe from this for now. Okay. Yes, this noxious yellow-green fog. So that is that.
Oh.
Okay, interesting. So I need to mark. Like I said, this is going to be complicated. So I need to remember that this is going
It's
to
your own fault.
need. I know. I made this quite complicated.
Don't have a lot of sympathy right now because they just dropped an AOE on us at the start
You guys hear me now?
from a caster we can't see.
Yeah, I heard you, Tali.
There you are.
Okay.
Okay.
I wasn't fully done yet.
Right, now we're going to get back to you. This was a held action from somebody else that interrupted. I am just going through the all the maintenance work of making this complicated. So I need to have
No worries, I just want to make sure I didn't,
this
miss
pulled
my.
up, and I need to have this pulled up, and they're going to contribute. Okay, so then they need to. Okay. Actually going to right. Okay. Got that worked out. Tali, continue your move.
Okay, cool. So I was gonna come over here and smack this guy with my hammer.
Okay.
So, okay, please hit.
Natural 20. First hit of the combat is a critical. Yes, you can walk up and smack this cultist in his stupid necromancer face.
Yeah, I just want to stop him from doing this blood thing that he's doing. So I assume smacking somebody in the face would be the best way to do that. So yeah, that is.
It's 13 points of damage.
Or is that my both rolls? Okay, yeah, that's both the rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 13 points of damage.
13 points.
I also need to. Okay. And they have this much with. This much, and you just did this much. Okay. Then there is also this guy and those. Okay. Yes, you run up, hammer in hand, and just slam into this necromancer, catching him in the shoulder. And you do see him crumple a bit. He needs to make a concentration check. Which he has advantage on.
Aw. Even with the nat 20? Well, I guess that wouldn't affect his.
That is enough for him to maintain. Because it's 10 or half the damage done, right? I believe that's correct.
Yep.
That is more than enough for him to maintain.
Ew.
You see, as you hit him with the hammer, he crumples a bit. It actually forces the knife a little further into his hand, and he grits his teeth and continues with his necromantic muttering, but he does look up with this sharp glare. Okay. Is that all for you?
Yep, that is all for me.
Okay. Then we go down to the fanatics.
Sevgi goes.
Sevgi.
Yes,
The turn order's all messed up.
Oh, it's all messed up again. Oy. Okay.
Yeah.
I need to press this button. Sorry. Sevgi, it is your turn. You are beginning your turn in this ouchie space.
Okay.
Which means you need to make some sort of check or something will happen. That's usually how spells work. You need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Do I make just the one, or do I make two because of the injury?
Let's do the one for the spell first, and then we will do the injury.
Okay.
Let me look at the DCs here. Great, I didn't record that. Okay, cool. And then that does that amount. Okay, making sure I understand how this works. What did you roll? A 19. That's very good. You succeeded on this con save. You do, however, still take 16 points of poison damage. Wow, that's high. And what are their DCs? Because that's going to come up eventually, I'm sure. Do I have that recorded? No, I don't. But it is there. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, you take 16 points of poison damage, which is quite painful as you inhale this noxious, corrosive fog. It is difficult to see, not mechanically impairing, but it does make your eyes sting and water. You definitely want to get out of here. However, you need to make another con save to overcome the hindrance of your leg being cut open. This is a lower DC. Yes, you push through the pain, you maneuver yourself, knowing that you have to worry about a significant part of your muscle being damaged, so you do not suffer disadvantage or any movement penalties. You can act as normal.
All right.
I'm hoping for the viewers that this will be an interesting combat, despite how combat is usually slow.
Alright, so I'm just... I guess I'm gonna try and at least get out of this for right now.
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, I'm still working on one screen, unfortunately, so I'm like going back and forth. I apologize.
No worries.
And I guess I'll use a healing potion for right now.
Okay, that's a bonus action to chug a healing potion on yourself.
Mm-hmm. And for the life of me, I cannot remember the roll for it.
Standard healing potion is 2d4 plus 2?
Yep.
Yeah.
You says 7. Okay.
7 points. Min and max roll. Averages out. So I will say you do maintain line of sight on the cultist that Tali is at. However, you cannot see the one in the opposite chamber. There's fog in the way, but it's not that much of a hindrance, especially now that you're out of it.
I'm not sure.
That's why I hate rolling so high, because I'm never ready. I guess I'll hold a dodge action for right now, I suppose.
Okay. Yeah, you can take the dodge action. That will give disadvantage on any attack rolls against you. Okay. Who is next? Now we have the cultists. Okay. Let me see. I need to... Is there a writing tool in this? There is. I need to apply some text so I remember who is who. Well, that's barely perceptible. That's great. And I should probably move this down to the GM layer, if it works that way. Okay. And one more. Okay, did that work? Did that last one? Okay, some of them took and some of them didn't. That's great. Good enough. Let's keep going. Okay, cultists. What do we have going on here? Let's see. So we need 6 of those. Okay, so connect. Okay, let's see. Tali. You notice, since you are standing right next to him, and he's glaring at you at this point, his eyes are sort of clouded over, almost as if he was blind. However, in the very center, there is a slight silvery, almost, cat at night like shimmer to the pupil, and he looks about the room, gives a slight nod towards north and towards east. You see him grip the blade with the hand it is sticking into, free his other hand, and he does stop chanting, and he is going to yeah, you are standing right next to him. That is perfect range for Well, you did really just wallop him in the face, and he really didn't like that. I don't think he's going to worry about that. I'm thinking... Let me take a look at this. You are wearing the Darkwood armor, correct?
Show am.
Yep. Okay. I don't know if he's going to do... no, I think that's his original idea. He's going to stick with that. Yeah, that was his original deal. I'm going to stick with that. Okay, so he's going to do this. He's going to make an attack roll, which is... Okay. Rolls a 10. Tali, he stops chanting, pulls his arm back, begins muttering a new spell, and actually reaches out towards you to grab onto you. And you just pull back out of his reach. He swipes, and you can see this dark coalescence of blackish, purplish energy flash out of his hand, but it doesn't connect with you, and nothing happens. He kind of groans under his breath. Okay. Yep. That is all that happens for this turn. Okay. Okay. Ander, you're up. How do I want to do this? Do I want to use that? Do I want to roll once per round or roll for each person individually? That was quite a high roll to start off with. Yeah, I think it would affect each person in a variable way depending on how deeply you breathe and how susceptible you are to poison and whatnot. So let me roll that again. Ander, go ahead and make me a con save. All right, you succeed. That's a nice roll with only a +1. You take 10 points of poison damage, quite a bit less, as, again, you are surprised by this noxious fog cloud, take in a breath, immediately start choking, you spit up a little bit of blood, and I imagine your first thought is to GTFO out of this fog circle.
Yeah. You said there's not actually a door in front of the initials. Okay.
Right.
Well, guess I'm going to charge forward since anywhere else pretty much blocks all line of sight to anything. And I suppose I'm going to try and blast this cultist that Tali is fighting with some Eldritch Blasts.
Okay, fire away.
Let's see how that goes. First one is a 17.
That hits.
Okay, he takes 10 points of force damage from that. And second one.
That's good.
Only a 10.
Sorry, say again?
The second one was a 10. Does that hit?
That does not hit. So that cultist will take 10 points of damage. Okay.
At least the one that hit was max damage.
And
let's see. He needs another con save. No, because it's 10 or half damage, whichever is higher. Actually, he wasn't concentrating anymore anyway because he broke to cast that spell. But you do hit him with an Eldritch Blast. knocks into his other shoulder, lets out a groan, and actually has to sort of slumps over the sarcophagus, still up, still breathing, but he is definitely hurt.
And I think that's going to do it for me this round.
Okay.
Not
Mr.
quite ready to burn a
Kjartar.
spell slot.
Mr. Kjartar here, already quite injured. Let's see how well you do with poison. Go ahead and make me a con save.
No.
That's yeah. Typical.
Oh man. Of course, the other two blitz straight out of this, and what does that number say? Oh, okay, all right. You guys brought this on yourselves. At least I rolled low. You take 18 points of poison damage. Having to draw a little
We
deeper.
did this on ourselves. The clues about how to not make this much noise while going through were not very well shown. Because I don't know how the hell we're supposed to get to those stone doors without making a racket.
I'm sure there is some smarter way to have done it, but in the moment. Can I see either of these cultists? I don't know exactly where walls are compared to where markings on the map are.
Yeah, those are they're pretty accurate. I think I did a decent job of erasing where I wanted to erase. Let me get back on the correct.
I'm just talking. There's a giant green circle. There's green dots everywhere. Just do I have line of sight of these cultists?
I believe so. Yes, you have line of sight on both of them.
Yeah. Cool. So I'm going to sprint towards the one on the right using my dash action, because otherwise I can't get out of this fog cloud.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're moving at slower speed, I believe, right?
Yep, I can get to there.
Okay.
That is my turn.
That's your turn. It's always Omen. Always Omen, who happens to have a handicap in combat when we finally get to it.
Actually, bonus action, I'm just going to use my second hint now, so I don't get fucking one shot next time.
There we go. All right, cool. Let's reveal some more of this map now that you've charged ahead.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Ahoy.
Oh.
I heal 3.
Okay. Yes, as Omen charged forward, you use a long sword, right?
Yep.
Right. Do you have a shield? I forget. I don't...
He does, but he's not currently wielding it.
Now have your torch. So you have your sword and your torch, right?
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. Yes. Looking forward into this chamber, now that you brought some torchlight in here, this sort of grayed out area is a wall. There seems to be a number of circular chambers stacked next to each other. You can look further into the room, and you do see another cultist over on the side, and you see, actually, from where you are, you don't maintain a bead, but as you moved forward, you probably caught a glimpse of another figure, center chamber, standing actually on top of quite a large, very intricately designed, inlaid with bits of platinum and gold and whitewood, with actually carved into the top of the sarcophagus what looks like a stone carving of I mean, it's prone and you're just running by. You see a carving of some sort that looks vaguely human-shaped, or humanoid in form. And standing atop this much larger sarcophagus, you see a more intricately enrobed cultist. This figure has I should point out, the other regular cultists are wearing the necklace, the symbol of Gastrea. That sort of almost like skeletal fetus symbol surrounded by tiny bones. You get the sense, now that you are standing right next to it, that the fanatics, it isn't actually a tiny little skeleton. It's just a carving or part of the medallion. The bones are real, but the center piece is not. Though you have seen some that did actually incorporate a real little tiny humanoid skeleton.
Some of us have.
Some of you have, yes. Ander has. Okay. That, I believe, is your turn.
You have new teammates.
Okay.
I have a
so
quick question. So, since Omen can see the whole right side, can I see any more of the left side, or is that also just like
you don't have any light on you.
dark?
But she has dark vision.
I have dark vision.
You do have dark vision. That is true. So let me expand some of that for you.
Hey.
The wall is blocking your line of sight some, but you can... I'll say you can see into there.
Cool, that works for me.
You do pick out another chamber with yet another cultist. Okay.
Cool.
That's the end of Omen's turn. We go down to that. What is that question mark for? Okay. Then we go down to this. Okay. And actually, because Omen ran behind a wall, and Tali and Ander are more or less behind that same wall. We have lost direct line of sight to the central necromancer. And it does seem to be their turn.
Oh,
so...
Vice versa, though, right?
But assuming
we don't
they don't have
have
better vision. Right, yeah. That, presumably they can't see through walls and therefore wouldn't be able to target you. Aquila, however, is standing right out in the open, glowing. This figure... What does this figure want to do? I'm thinking... Oh, I should make sure I have that applied. I do, okay. Make sure I have that ticked. Like I said, real complicated fight. I am going to... Ooh. Is that concentration? No. Okay. Yeah. That, I think that's how that's going to have to be. Is this concentration? That is. Okay, so we're going to do this. Aquila, I need you... Oh, wait a second. I don't know if I can. No, I can't. Okay, never mind. They can't.
I'm out of range, huh?
Yep, you are out of range. So... Let me take a look at the turn order here. Yes, you can see this figure... also has a dagger sticking out of their hand. And Yeah, they just go back to their necromantic ritual. They're using this turn to supply for that ritual. Okay.
Okay.
Can I? Just going to do. No. And back down. Aquila, your turn.
Yep. Shit.
Okay. Yes.
Go ahead, hit me.
If it's gonna happen to anybody, it should be you. You take 23 points of poison damage.
And a stone's endurance?
I want to say no, but there's no reason you can't.
So, yeah, I'm going to. That's 7.
Okay.
So that's slightly less damage.
You manipulate the different minerals you have accumulated in your diet for the past few weeks, and actually will them not towards the outside of your skin, but create a sort of filter system in your throat and filter out some of the toxic air. Because that's the closest thing I can make sense for why you being hard helps with gas.
Well, you know, just prevent some of the absorption.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
All the carbon.
It's true, carbon.
Yep. That's pretty much what happened. Yeah.
Cool. Well, then I'm not sticking around here either.
You recovered that as part of your short rest, right?
Yes, cool. It's a short rest.
Gotcha.
That's like all my stuff is short rest.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
I'm gonna move up here because there's no way I'm gonna be able to make it to that in time.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go up there and okay.
Likewise, you called a beat of the necromancer in the center, but then you dipped behind a wall.
Yeah. You know, just caught a glimpse of it as Omen was running by.
Yep. All right.
Well,
I assume you're ruining this cultist's day.
Yep. Well, might have to wait. Okay, you know, gets up there and sort of moment of hesitation for sort of beseeching Lady Emertha to give her the resilience to bear this blood poisoning as she transforms.
Okay. I like that.
Thought you would.
Flipping back quite a ways. Okay,
yep.
you are trying to transform. Gotcha.
Yep.
I need you to make a wisdom save. Okay. Roll a D100 for me.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Is high good?
No.
Why can't high ever be good?
High is sometimes good. I just
no, it's
don't know
not.
if it's come up
You
yet.
always make it the
points that you get to
like
keep.
you always make high the bad one.
I didn't make high the bad one. The rules made high the bad one.
No, you made it.
Okay. Yeah, so it is less than you previously took. You did not fail by more than 5, so you take half this, because I had to make it overly complicated. You take 9 points of damage. necrotic damage as the blood pulses through your system. However, you can transform. It is just painful to do so.
Okay. Well, she's doing it.
Yep. All right. Yeah, Aquila and Ander, or Tali and Ander, standing next to Aquila, you notice she again tries to transform. She focuses herself a bit before doing so, and then you can see her limbs and her face begin to elongate, and you can hear that cracking of bone and stretching of skin as she lets out a slight howl at the end of the transformation and shakes the pain away. Okay.
Nice.
That's your action, right?
Yeah. Let me make sure I don't have anything I can do as a bonus. I could chug a potion as a bonus action.
You could, yeah.
So I might do that. I think I'm going to do that.
All right.
God damn, I cannot catch a break tonight.
That's 5 HP.
Yeah.
You can only get so much from basic potions.
I know, but I'm
D4s.
just not rolling well tonight at all.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's your full action economy, I believe.
Pretty much, yeah.
Back down to Tali.
Yes, I'm going to give this guy another smacky smack with my hammy ham.
Oh, and actually, I should point out... When did that happen? Right. Point of order. Actually, point of order. Aquila. Add 23 HP back to your health because this cloud required concentration, and the main necromancer that was concentrating on it went back to casting the rest of the ritual. So you actually...
Then can I take that Then can I take that
You
potion
can take
back?
the potion back if that changes things. Yes.
Hold on, because it wasn't 23 because I did my... Well, damn it, then I wouldn't have used my
I'll give
Stone's
you that
Endurance
back
either.
too. I'll give you that back too. You have your Stone's Endurance back. You have your potion back.
Okay. So basically, I
Lot
would
to keep
just
track
have
of.
taken the 9. I would have just taken the 9 damage from the transformation.
Right.
Cool. Yes, that maths out. Okay.
Okay. Unless that significantly changes anything else you would like to do. That was my bad on letting that slip.
No, doesn't change anything significantly.
Okay.
Sure.
It's not on the GM layer. It's definitely on the token layer. I don't know why I can't grab it. All right, we're just going to move on. That green circle is not there anymore. Tali, we are back to you.
Cool. Yeah, I smacked this dude with my hammer. I got a 16 to hit.
Oh. I wasn't all the way scrolled down. That does hit.
Yay.
Good. 9 points of bludgeoning
9
damage.
points of bludgeoning damage. Okay. Yes, this necromancer is slumped down on the sarcophagus, having just taken a blow from your hammer and a shot from Anders' Eldritch Blast, and you raise your hammer over your head and swing it down on the back shoulder of this cultist, and it forces his head slamming down hard on this stone sarcophagus, and he does not get back up.
Good. All right, cool. I can also, I guess, move now. So 5, 10, 15, 20. I guess I'll move on to the next one. Yeah, I'll just go right here, and I'll wait. I'll wait there. Up here.
That's not correct. Okay, you're moving up a little bit. Gotcha. Let's see if I can overlay
Just a
this
little
enough
bit.
to erase this green circle. Close enough. Kind of.
It's mostly gone.
I'll say, would that put her in line of sight of the central cultist?
It does.
Sweet. How scary does this central cultist look?
Yes. This figure, you suspect it's a woman. She likewise has a knife sticking out of her hand that she is actually held onto. The medallion that is on her necklace is a little bit larger, and it does have a little itty bitty baby fetus skeleton in the center. And you suspect, by the way, it doesn't really pick up the light, that it may actually be real. Which is probably the first time you've seen this. And likewise, the robe, the hood and the sleeves are bedazzled with little tiny bones. Finger and hand bones, you suspect. Maybe some foot and toe bones. And you can see there is just a little bulge on either side underneath the hood, and just the slightest pale yellow skin. You can just see her chin sticking out from the shadow of the robe.
Cool. Actually, bonus action. May I please do my spiritual weapon?
Is that a bonus action to cast? I think it is. Yeah.
It is. I can click it. Let's see. It's in here.
So bonus action to cast, and I believe you do get a free hit when you cast it.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was full action to cast. Whatever. What do I know?
Come on, I know it's in here. There it is. Clicked it.
Well, it may show up eventually. It is a bonus action to cast. Yeah. So you can cast that.
Cool.
You can place that anywhere within 60-foot range, and it will get an attack.
Yeah, I don't know why it's the spell save DC 12, 14. There's no spell save DC on this thing.
There shouldn't be.
Weird. Yeah.
Well, so I think we can just ignore it then.
Yeah, we can just ignore it. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna. How far can I cast it? I'm gonna put it over here and smack this lady.
Okay.
I think you mean Sagana.
Well, I mean, have we fully confirmed that it's her?
I'm too.
Yeah.
What is your spiritual weapon? Another hammer?
Yeah, how would be another hammer? It's for funsies.
Talia likes hammer time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a d20 to hit. Nope, that doesn't hit. That's an 8 plus 3. It's an 11, I believe.
11 to hit?
Yes.
Does not hit.
Assume that. Okay, yeah. I figured. Oh, it's there for next time. It's gonna float next to her ominously. Ghost hammer.
Okay. It's, we got a hammer. Okay.
I was just about to ask if we could have one.
That is your turn. Then we have Sevgi.
Let me make a con save real quick.
Jack.
Okay. 16 con save is enough. So you, right, this is no longer for the cloud. This is for your own thing. You can move as you normally would.
Leg, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna move up here and
something like my full movement.
Where did you go, Sevgi? I lost you. Ah, there you are.
Yeah, there. Sorry. Yeah, that's my full 30. And I'm squishy, and I don't want to dash. I'm not really sure what I can do where I am right now.
You do have line of sight on the main cultist in the front. She's only 30 feet away. That should be well within most of your spell ranges. There is yet another cultist to your right that you can see. The one to the left is gone, so I should go ahead and make him disappear. That guy's gone.
Alright, so I guess I'll go after the cultist to my right. Let me be sure.
Okay.
I guess I'll cast Magic Missile at 3rd level and go after him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your damage, because that automatically hits.
Yes.
You turn over to your side, grab your staff, fling it forward. The lightning bolt-shaped medallion you have at the top glows a bit and shoots out a number of smaller arcane orbs that fly through the air, look like they're about to hit Omen in the back as they spread around him and slam into the cultist just past him for 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 points of damage.
5, so 20 points damage, if I'm not mistaken.
And that is this one. 20
That's pretty good.
Damage. That's a really good magic missile, yeah. Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that will be it.
All right. Now we have on initiative count 20. Aquila and Ander, you see the sarcophagus you're shifting in front of you, the lid begin to shake and move. The lid is pushed off the side as an ancient warrior stands up, spear in hand.
Ready for this?
He finished the spell before he was killed?
Maybe his death finished it.
Down to the fanatic. Let me piece some things together in my head. Okay.
Is that not the first one?
What?
I was trying to figure out if that was the one we killed. That was the 17.
They're all 17.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, all the fanatics are acting on the same turnover. Okay, let's see. So they are dealing with that. Let's start with number 2 there and open up. Let's see what the cultist can do. I should also have that going on initiative count. No. Okay. So then they need to... Right, because it would refresh on Her turn. Okay. A lot to keep track of. Okay. As for right now, we have cultist number 2 here, who is going to cast... nobody is in range for that. Not confident that either of those will work. Oh, what about this? This could be nice. Where is line of sight? Okay. Yeah, let's see how that works. It's going to be a mess trying to keep track of each individual's spell slots. Oh man, why did I use so many spellcasters? Who thought it was a good idea to have this many spellcasters in one fight?
Because you're a masochist, Jack.
I am. Okay, so they're going to... I can record this over here with spells. They're dead. Number 2 is using one of these. And one of these, and one of these. Not one of those. Okay, yes. This cultist, number 2, over here, the one that Tali is running towards, looks up over at Tali, raises a finger from beneath its robes. The small bones clatter to the side as the sleeve shifts. She chants something low under her breath, points a finger at you. There's this dark energy that flows down her arm, coalesces into her finger, and shoots out in a black beam of energy towards you. And misses. She did not point her finger appropriately, and it just shoots past you underneath your elbow that you have raised for your hammer, and actually slams into the stonework by the sarcophagus lid, doing nothing. Okay. That's that. They're doing that. That one, let's see, I don't think there's really much in the way of range that it can really do. Sevgi is just in range, look at that. No line of sight on Ander or Aquila, or Tali, for that matter, or Omen. Sevgi's standing out in the open there, so I guess that's where we're gonna fire this off. Okay, so Sevgi, I need you to make
I can't see the thing that's being cast.
Who's attacking?
What's that?
Yeah, I'm asking the same question that Steven is. Who is casting this spell?
Nobody that you can see. Either of you.
Okay.
They are outside the illumination of the torch and the light spell. Which Sevgi still falls in the overlap of. Yes, Sevgi, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. Okay. Yes, you see. Yeah, there's
no.
yeah, this isn't a ray or anything, so you don't really see much of an effect. Sevgi, you do feel a tightening of your muscles, but you shrug it off, and nothing seems to happen. They're doing that. Let's see, number 6 over there can really only make out Omen. Omen, make a wisdom saving throw as well.
I see an effect happen.
Yes, actually, you can see number 6 is casting a spell.
6 doesn't matter. Doesn't help me at all, my friend.
We can't see the numbers.
Right. Can you see my ping? Am I on the right layer? I should be.
I don't see anything.
Oh, nope, that's why it's not working. Now I'm on the right layer. This guy over here.
Gotcha. They're casting a thing.
Yes.
I'm going to counterspell said thing.
Okay. It immediately fizzles. They begin casting, they reach out a hand at you, and they clench their fist, and nothing happens, and their eyes go wide and glare around, and go back reaching for the knife that is sticking out of their hand. Okay. And the one that is just in front of you is going to likewise cast a spell. That would be a ranged attack, so that would be a disadvantage. They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. I don't need you to do anything. It is going to create its own spiritual weapon.
Copycats.
Throw that back there. Okay, whatever. Okay, and it gets an attack. Does not hit you. You recognize the spellcasting effect and understand what they are doing, and know in time to pivot out of the way as a weapon materializes behind you and takes a stab at you. That was a bonus action. They can't cast another spell, and they need to keep the knife in their hand. Or at least that would be smart. Else they'd have to stab themselves again. Yeah, so I think this cultist is just going to try to punch you in the face.
If he hits.
Can he reach that high?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What am I doing here? Oh, they actually get 2 physical attacks. That's interesting. Okay. It's not using...
What kind of wizard?
Be a cultist. Shoot.
They don't get advantage, but that is still a 19 to hit, which I don't think is enough.
It does. Yeah.
It does hit. Okay. Right, because you have a torch. Okay, so this cultist, you dodge out of the way just as this cultist sucker punches you in the face for 1 damage, because it's an unarmed attack from a wizard, or probably a cleric, one or the other.
So you just bopped him in the nose real quick.
Yeah, and looks just as surprised, probably as you are, that he actually managed to connect. Is bolstered with confidence as he shakes his head, grits his teeth. There's a flash in his eyes as he comes in with a follow-up, what amounts to a haymaker for a wizard with an 11 strength, and hits you in the side of the jaw for 2 points of damage.
Gets 2 attacks.
There's a slight grin to his mouth, and then you get the sense that he realized he just punched a half giant in the face and is starting to freak out.
Oh, that probably hurt.
And him with great prejudice.
I love that the first thing they actually managed to hit us with
is an unarmed
a
attack.
punch.
Yep. Okay, sure. Don't succeed on any of your spells. All right.
Keep only
that-
succeeding on
Works for me too,
punches.
though.
Maybe these wizards just need to charge you guys. Okay, I believe that's everyone that's going to be casting. Then we go down in the initiative order to Ander.
Oh, I got something for this bitch. Ah. So,
On
well,
you.
me want to make sure that no one else is gonna have line of sight on me. That goes to the edge of that. Yeah. All right. So, yeah. Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna move to where I can see Sagana, or what I presume to be Sagana.
Okay.
And she is still channeling her whatever the hell she's doing, correct? Like, looks like she is.
As of now, yes, she is doing a low guttural ritual, focusing on the
Cool.
knife sticking out of her palm.
One hand on my one hand on the staff, one hand on the book, and just kind of mutter under my breath. I don't really want to draw too much attention. You think Astrea's cool? You should meet who I work for. And cast and Hunger of Zadok right on top of her.
Okay.
Rip open a nice little portal to.
Knew you were going for that one, and I love it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because now she has to make choices.
Also, it gets right over. Fuck, what's her name?
Yes. Assuming anything comes out of that sarcophagus, it's also in it and can't see shit.
Okay. What spell level do you use now?
Yep, I knew your ass was going to do that. Damn it. It is 4th level.
Okay. Which means she needs to do something.
You would have to stop her cast, like her ritual, to do that, right?
I don't think it breaks concentration to use counterspell because it's just a reaction.
I was assuming this was a.
It's a reaction that only takes somatic components, so it doesn't break her chant. It doesn't break concentration.
I don't suppose the hammer would be harrying her in any way.
Not in any way that matters for this.
I figured.
Counterspell the counterspell. Counterspell the counterspell.
Can I do that?
And
Yeah.
It is a reaction to use, and you don't have reactions on your turn, I believe. Reactions you can only take on other people's turns.
no, you have one reaction per turn.
Per turn?
It refreshes at the start of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I guess you can counterspell her counterspell.
If you want.
Do
I'm just
it.
saying.
Which means it would go off.
That's using 2 spell slots for a single thing, but you can definitely do it.
Well, otherwise, I'm using half my spell slots for nothing, so.
Yeah.
Well, she will still have to roll to see if she can overpower your 4th level spell, because she's not upcasting it. Which is an insight you wouldn't really have, but I'll give it to you.
Well,
I have that spell too, so. Yeah, then I guess I would know that she's upcasting it, considering I just cast things at max no matter what.
Oh, and yeah.
I'm not taking the risk. I'm going to burn the 2 spell slots to.
Okay.
She will not succeed in this.
I would want to do this now, so.
Okay. Very good. Yeah, there's a.
I'm not even angry at you for leaving me with the zombie.
It doesn't mean I'm going to dock later for that, but oh well.
Like I said, it's like, I like what you did, so I'm not angry at you for leaving me with the zombie.
Okay, so yeah, both of you blow a counterspell. Yours overpowers hers because warlocks are cheaters. And okay, so what is the radius of that?
That is a 20-foot radius.
Centered on her?
Yep.
All right.
Want to make sure you're not in that.
20-meter radius. 20-meter radius, yeah, that's big.
I'm going to move back in just a second, so.
Okay.
If need be, I can just move there.
Okay. Is this correct? Stretch that out over this way.
Just that whole center area. You essentially have a 20-foot radius circle made by those 4 little hourglassy things.
That looks ovular. Why does that look ovular?
Foot radius is basically that whole center room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna say that.
Good enough.
Okay, yeah, so that whole center room is now an inky black void.
That you just hear horrible, whispers and just terrible sounds from.
Do you have a way to ping that up on the, up in the feed? Up in the chat?
The actual, description?
Yeah, the description, so I can keep an eye on exactly what it does.
Yep.
Okay.
At the start, anything that starts its turn in there takes 2d6 cold damage. Anything that ends its turn makes a dex save or takes 2d6 acid.
Okay. Gotcha.
Their worldly tentacles rub against it. Ugh.
That's his flavoring.
Okay. Yeah, that's not great. That's not fantastic.
I think it's amazing.
And she can't see shit because it is magical pitch black darkness.
Okay.
Slurping noises? Ugh.
Yeah, it's gross.
It is gross.
Okay.
A little bit of Zadok. Zadok into the world.
Send it back! Send it back! Once they're dead.
Okay. Well, that happened. Is that what you got?
And then I'm going to. Is there enough space to stand there?
Yeah.
A little. Okay.
Yeah, you can stand there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to leave Aquila completely. But I also want to put some stuff between myself and the other cultists.
Omen, you just got sucker punched twice by some little bitch-ass wizard.
Fuck him up.
Yeah, do something about it.
Bitch-ass wizard.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look down at him and, well, I was going to spare your lives and turn you into the census, but I haven't decapitated anyone. And fucking cut his head off.
Please crit.
Yeah.
Please crit. Please crit.
So first and foremost, to bonus action, make my longsword magical.
Gotcha. So that's magic weapon.
Crit.
And then I will attack at him with a green flame blade.
Okay.
The slowly or the subtly blue glowing longsword swings down.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
The dice know. The dice always know. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Oh, this is awesome. Kill him.
This bastard!
Alright.
Yes.
15 points of magical slashing, and cauterize the wound for good measure.
Well, you, there we go. Yes,
Nice.
you see that sort of confident smirk, sleazy grin on his face dip. His eyes go wide as you say that. He looks like he's about to open his mouth to say something, and you swing your longsword laterally, and his head just lobs right off. You can see a little trickle of fluid down by his legs. There's a small spurt of blood as the wound is flash cauterized, and he just slumps to the ground. The head rolls away.
Nice.
Yeah, and Omen's just gonna sort of crack his neck and spin his sword and just start walking menacingly towards this this other guy who tried to cast a spell on me last turn.
Yep. Okay.
It's epic.
All
Is
right.
that in my notes?
Yeah, this is what Omen was built for.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna action surge.
There you go.
Yes.
Cut this one up too. It definitely hits.
6 magical slashing and fire.
Okay.
3 points of fire, dude.
Yes, this one is otherwise unharmed. You run up, or walk up menacingly, slash at him with your longsword. Yeah, he saw this coming and is just barely able to turn just out of the blade, but it does catch him across the front and dig into his chest and his side. Bad wound, but not enough to be mortally injured. Okay.
Right. That's all I got.
Yep. All right. I believe question marks with the 2 there is our skeleton friend. So, Mr. Skellington. Yeah, it's a skeleton. It's I think the first thing it sees is Aquila, so it's going to shamble up with its spear. A bit more formidable looking than a normal skeleton. It does have the scraps of ancient bronze armor on it. The spear it has, you can see that the wood of the spear, the shaft of the spear, does look fairly fragile. But it is going to shamble up and make an attack. And I believe I need to... no, I'm not going to worry about that. Okay. That is a 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
It says short sword, but I'm pretty sure that that spears do the same amount of damage. So we're just gonna use that. One of my tabs broke.
So is it actually 3 damage or is it more?
There's equipment. Spear. How much do spears do? They're not a particularly potent weapon. Spears do. He is actually holding it by 2 hands because he doesn't have shield or anything, so it's actually 1d8. Slash 1d8, and I don't believe skeletons have particularly high strength. Nope. And it's not a finesse weapon, so it gets no bonus. You take 4 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
As it
I'll
shambles
live.
forwards and juts its spear out at you. Alright, and that's all it has. That is that. Just for posterity's sake, that guy's gone.
No, wait. Half damage because I'm transformed.
Why do you take half damage?
When she's transformed for non-magic,
Oh yeah,
pretty much
it's like rage.
all basic damage is halved.
That's true. Yeah, cool.
So no,
That's 2 points of damage.
yeah. It's been so long, I forgot too.
Ugh, HP tanks. Okay. That's that. Then we go up to the Necromancer. This is the start of her turn. She needs to figure out whether she's going to keep concentrating on the ritual or do something else.
She still has to take
She's
damage.
definitely taking damage.
She is definitely taking damage. So she starts and takes 2d6 of cold damage.
Yep.
She takes 8 points of cold damage. Let's see exactly how much we're working with here. So she takes 8 out of a total of this amount. Okay. Cool.
Probably needs to roll a concentration check.
Yep. She's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, she's stuck in the middle of this inky black, cold, slimy, corrosive void. Can't see anything. She doesn't have line of sight on anybody. Doesn't really know where she's at.
Tell her to get out of my void.
So that's not really going to be helpful. Not ready to worry about that. Can't use that. Yeah, this this really hampers her.
That's the idea.
Yep.
She either has to choose to sit there and try and maintain her spell and just constantly take bleed damage.
Mm-hmm.
Or to get out of there.
It was a good idea.
Yeah, no. Like I said, it's like I wasn't even mad because it was such a good idea.
Okay, so I'm thinking she's going to use this. Okay. Okay, nice. Is that concentration? It is not. Perfect. Okay. Actually, that's... yes. Okay, that is how that works. Okay. She does stay in that void, so she then takes another 2d6 of acid. Well, she needs to make a dex save, right?
16.
Dex save 16. She fails.
Woo!
Uh,
I didn't realize I was not muted.
2d6
Sorry.
acid.
okay. Actually, I took away your roll there the first time. If you would like to roll for your acid damage, you can do so.
Because it's so satisfying.
I wasn't going to say anything because he normally does real well on d6s, so I was going to kill his own character, but...
I mean, but you rolled the same as him.
Yeah. Just, yeah, no, exactly the same. Same
Okay.
order.
Yeah. I know. That's why I'm like, no. You rolled the same.
Okay, cool. So something happens in the inky, whispering void of Zadok's realm. Nobody's really all that privy to what's going on in there, so let's just continue. That brings
Zadok
us
knows.
all the way back down to Aquila.
My turn.
Yep.
And I'm gonna take a swing at Skelly Boy.
All right.
Oh, it's been a while. Let me find everything. There we go.
That'll definitely hit. 10 points of slashing damage.
And again.
And these guys have...
Does the 17 hit?
17 does hit.
Cool.
For another 5 points of damage. Okay.
Yep. And I can do one more hit.
Don't worry about it. You slash down once with a scimitar, rake another slash against it. You see the bones of the ribs crack. You just nick the spine, causing this skeleton to spin around, almost twist itself in half and fall over. Scraps of rusted and worn bronze armor clank to the ground.
Satisfying. Cool. Then I'm gonna run over here and take my last swing.
Okay, you can do that.
That's 14 hit.
A 14 on the fanatics. Let me just double check that and make sure. A 14 does not hit.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to say. All right. Well, he still gets to be scared by a giant werewolf creature.
With menace in her eyes.
Menace. Oh, no, wait. That's a plus. I get plus on my hits with when I'm transformed.
Okay. How much plus?
Let me make sure. Again, been a while.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there have been a couple things I forgot. It's just a +1, I think.
Okay, that is fine because a 15 will hit actually. So you do 8 points of damage to cultists.
No, because it turns out I forgot about Feral Might, which was something I think I got recently, and I gain a bonus to melee damage equal to half of my proficiency, so 10.
10 points. Okay. Yes, these are things. Just as a reminder that should probably be recorded on your sheet and your macros and all that.
It's in a different sheet.
Okay.
But even on Roll20,
points.
it never added in automatically.
Oh, okay.
So this was stuff I had to remember anyway.
Oh. Okay. There are ways to do that.
Oh, no, wait.
We won't.
I had a... Hold on, because I think I forgot something else. Right. And when I'm transformed, I have a +1 to the actual damage. So it's 11 damage.
Okay.
I'm sorry. If I don't catch it next time, it doesn't get caught.
No, that's fine. Just making sure. Yeah, you gain a bonus to melee damage equal to half proficiency bonus, rounded down. So at that point, that'd be +2. Advantage on strength checks and saving throws. And what is this other one that's giving you something?
Pretty sure I had it, but I may be wrong, and I may still not have hit. Hard to find, because unfortunately this one doesn't give full everything.
Extra 10.
No, never mind. I don't think I actually hit.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry for making us go through all this just to be wrong.
No, not a problem. This is our first combat in a while. Yeah, aside from Feral Might, I don't see anything that adds any bonuses
Yeah, I
to
thought
your
there
hit
was
or
something, but I
damage.
can't remember anymore.
Resilient Hide gives you a +1 to your AC.
Yep.
There's Bloodlust, which we are familiar with. Extra movement from Stalker's Prowess. Your strikes are considered magical. Yeah, that's all you got so far.
Yeah, that's fine.
There is, of course, the +1 for your hidden damage from your magical weapons, but I believe that's built into your attack roll.
Yeah.
Already. Okay, so 14 does not actually hit.
Sorry.
Um,
Yeah. But either way, no. I'm still going to be standing there menacing him.
Okay.
Or her.
This one, I believe I did say was a her. Yes.
Yeah.
It
Gee.
doesn't matter to me. They're dead either way.
Yep. Okay, that was Aquila. Then we go back down to Tali.
Cool. I assume I can no longer see my spiritual hammer
Nope.
in the inky black void. Great.
I don't know
Still
if that...
take a swing.
Yeah, I don't think that really hampers it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say you can keep attacking with it. Magical hammers don't have
Oh,
eyes.
Heck yeah. Do I have to see my target to hit him, though?
I don't know, caster, do you?
I don't think it says
You
anything
make
about...
you make a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon. It says
Yeah.
nothing about needing to see said creature.
You're good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, then, heck yes. I'm gonna... Yeah, go ahead and give this lady a smack.
All right.
She's just
Darn, that misses.
Yes.
So then I'm
that
gonna
will
come
miss.
over here and
Well,
attack this cultist guy. Or lady.
person.
not the
Person.
things too far, but she is completely blind. Does that give any kind of advantage or disadvantage on attacks? And does that apply to spiritual weapons?
That's not going to apply to a spiritual weapon.
Okay,
Say, Tali couldn't see anyway.
fair.
This
Yeah.
is, in my mind,
Try.
this is Lewena's ability to pierce through whatever this nonsense Zadok is doing and have a chance. So really, Lewena is blind in this situation too, so it's just a straight roll.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that was my attack to hit the cultist.
Okay.
Oh, were there
My
two?
action... Oh,
Yeah, you wouldn't have had advantage,
3.
but that's fine.
it's flanked, right?
Oh,
right,
Remember,
just
I get
plus
+2.
two.
Yeah. Because I think advantage
yeah,
for
dang it, we
flanking
do it in
is
different-
too much with larger parties. But that'll
Okay.
definitely still hit. That's 3 points of damage.
Cool.
That's something.
Ow.
Yeah, not much, but I guess it's something.
Dodges out of the way of Aquila's sort of gut slash, throws its ass backwards straight into Tali, who just wallops her in the lower back with the hammer.
Ouch.
Okay. Sort of like a you hit her with the shaft because you were a little too choked in for a full swing. Didn't hit as hard, but that's fine. Sevgi, I believe we are moving on to you. From where you are, you don't have line of sight
Let me
on
make
anybody.
a con.
Yep, you need to make a con save.
Okay.
Very good, keeping up on
Let me
that.
just-
I appreciate that. You are just fine.
Okay.
You are powering through this injury like a champ.
Jesus fuck.
You get that to carry over to the next one too? I didn't think you'd say yes.
Gonna move. I think we have one more, and I am. Let me be 100% sure.
If Seppi makes enough of those, her body just should heal itself out of spite.
Yeah, seriously.
Rage healing.
Fuck you, physics!
Ander, after Sevgi and the Fanatics, you are on deck.
I have a plan, assuming things don't move out of position.
Alright, I guess I'll cast
make another
my...
plan.
Oh,
You casting what?
I guess I will cast my lightning cantrip on this cultist over here.
The one by Omen?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, I can reveal more of this area because Aquila and Omen have moved up.
It's Ollie.
Afraid to press it again because I don't know if it's just...
I hope no one's surprised to see more cultists.
What? There's more cultists? No. Impossible.
Okay.
Hey.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, Shaker.
Right.
She hit really well.
Fuck, really? What is this plus 18? That can't be right.
I don't think...
The damage?
It says
2d10.
9 plus 9.
It's 2d10 for the
Yeah.
cantrip. So
Yeah, the other one was a 2 and a
Wow.
5, so that's
Yeah.
the deal. Almost
Okay
max
then.
Oh my
damage.
god.
Nice.
All right.
He dead. He's super
25,
dead.
28.
He's
Yeah.
crispy.
Okay, yeah, this guy just... Omen, you notice a clap of thunder and a flash of lightning as shooting just past you. There is a familiar whitish blue bolt of electricity that slams into the side of this cultist, causing him to spasm uncontrollably. The top of his head starts to smoke. Smoke starts coming out of his nose and ears. His eyes start to cook in the back of his head. He convulses,
Ew.
tightens, and then just slumps over and cracks his head open as he slams on the sarcophagus as he falls
Please
very
tell me
much
this-
dead.
I was like, please tell me this one's Chadius, because that's the best Chad way to go out.
That is definitely Chadius.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Jack.
Stitched on the back of the robe, you can see in a nice little cursive stitching, Chadius. Anyway,
Thank you for letting that be Chad.
Fantasy Chad. Okay. Well, I think we're going to leave Sevgi there on her ridiculous smite she just did. Okay, that brings us to initiative count 20. That means that we need some more zombies.
No.
This guy died. And this guy just died. Okay. Number 2 is still holding in there. Okay, so we got 2 more Zam babies on the field.
Zam babies.
Zambonis.
I like that.
Zambi soldier things. Okay.
Coming from out of the sarcophagi, not the people that just died popping back up, right?
Correct. Yes. You can. Anyone who is paying attention, you can see that the blood that has been dripping off of their hands, and any more that you may have sprayed on them from your own attack on their body, actually seeps into the stone of the coffin itself, and then the lid. As more of these zombie or skeleton soldiers lift themselves out. They, however, move on their own initiative turn later, and we are back to cultists. Okay. So, yeah. That's doing that. I think they are going to... let's see. We're actually going to move... Okay, this is getting interesting. It's getting interesting.
Getting very interesting.
Okay, so going to keep it that. Yeah, we're going to keep it that. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's see what some of these cultists are going to do. So is that one and that one. Gotcha. So, I'm thinking... This probably isn't going to work, but somebody needs to do something. Except at this point, I don't know which one this guy thinks is more of a threat. Actually, Sevgi is not in range, so Omen, I need you to make a...
Counterspell.
Okay. You don't need to make anything.
The cultist must just be so disappointed.
Like the casual way he said that just counterspell.
And
Just swats it out.
My spell. Spent so long learning it.
So, Omen, you would see that... Am I on the right layer? I am. You could see that this one up here is the one that was casting a spell. You notice that and shatter the spell effect again. Reaches out their hand, mutters something, and sort of closes the fist tightly and looks around expectantly and goes back to the ritual. Or not immediately goes back to the ritual, but, you know, assumes otherwise combat stance, his spell failing. Okay, then there is number 2 with Tali and Aquila over here. I'm thinking...
Hit me.
Yeah, I think that is what's going to happen.
Hit me.
I have 3 of those, so I can use another one of these. Okay. I get to make an attack roll, which is, you know, not very likely to hit.
Fine.
Like, nope, that's just under.
Okay, that's just under. Yes, more black energy coalesces around her hand. She reaches out and tries to grab at you, but you swat her arm away. The spell dissipates from the impact, and you can see her go back to the knife, grin, and bear down on her jaw and actually sink the dagger a good inch further into her hand as more blood sprays down on the sarcophagus.
You did see what I just did with the other one, right?
My death only feeds your own. And we're moving
that's
on.
cute.
Ander.
Yeah. I'm just gonna move into this. Well, I guess I'll move up one from the little blacked out spot, but give myself a nice firing line and Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Fire away.
27 on the first one.
That'll do.
Got 5 points of damage, and then 21 on the second one.
That'll also do.
9 points of damage.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Let me do some calculations here because I think I may have missed something.
Oh man, symbols float around Jack's head.
Yep.
Jack is that meme.
Yeah. The math lady.
Okay, cool. Yes, moving on. All right, who's next? Ander, you just went. Omen, you're doing things now.
Yes.
Real quick before my.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm just gonna move. I'm just gonna duck back behind that sarcophagus to
Okay.
take some cover.
It will provide half cover.
That's all I was looking for.
Yeah,
All right.
hearing the sarcophagus behind me and seeing the one in front of me, where the cultist just was, I'm just gonna look back to Sebi real quick and focus on the caster. We'll deal with these two. I'll close with the zombie skeleton thing. And attack. He's a current flamboyant. That's my bit.
Okay.
Does an 18 hit?
18 does hit, yes.
Uh, 11 points of magical slashing damage and 8 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Feel that one in the morning.
And I'm going to go ahead and do 3 additional points of force damage.
Okay. You do so. You slam your blade down into the armor of this creature. It cuts straight through the flimsy and worn by the passage of time bronze armor. It cuts into the collarbone, digs down into the first couple ribs, and cuts into the spinal cord as the skeleton crumbles.
Almost feel sorry for it.
Let's see. Moved 5 feet to close with that guy.
Right.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Move the additional 10 feet back towards the skeleton.
Gotcha.
And that is all of my.
Okay. Now we have the skeletons, which are my question mark 2s here. The one skeleton that is still up. Yeah, it's all you approaching. It's going to shamble unknowingly to its doom. Let's see, I could say +4. 20 +4. Actually, I believe they are originally designed to be using. Yeah, okay. It's +2. Okay. Omen is a crit magnet, but.
Why do you keep doing it? And it's to Omen.
Yep. At least it's fairly weak. Yeah, okay. You take 4 points of piercing damage as this ancient skeleton warrior shambles and meets you halfway, moving about as quickly as you are, and lunges forward. It looks like through the form that it was using and the fact that you are a little hampered, if it was in fact alive, it probably would have dealt a lot more damage. But because it doesn't have the range of technique it used to, it's not as quick, it's not as strong. You managed to just turn in time for what would have been a heart-piercing strike is just enough to scrape up your breastplate and just nick past your exposed shoulder, neck, and cheek. Okay, that's all they got. We are back to our necromancer friend hanging out in Zadok's tentacle funland.
Let's start with.
It's another 10 points of damage there.
Another con save, and she got lucky. I forgot the con save on the acid damage on the last turn.
I thought you rolled. I thought you failed.
No,
I don't
she
remember. Okay.
she failed her dex save and took the acid damage.
Right.
which would have then triggered another con save for the concentration.
Oh,
But I
okay.
didn't think about it till just now. So,
Well, she has to make it now. She has to
but
make
she
one
does need
now.
to make one now.
Okay, she's fine.
Yeah, I figured she would. She's obviously got Warcaster.
You know, just to be fair, because it would have happened anyway.
Oh.
Okay. She actually does lose concentration.
Okay.
Okay. So
What are
actually,
the odds of that?
I know. Okay.
Because she's gonna lose concentration. She's not gonna lose it, but okay, cool.
Good catch there, Omen. Keeping up on your magic weapon, I assume. Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. That's really a hindrance, because that means that's not triggering. Okay. Yeah, what were the odds of that? Not very high. Okay, so
Only getting to actually use this as an area lockout spell for once.
Yeah. Okay, what am I looking for here? I'm looking for that. Okay. Okay, that's that.
I can see things happening, but I don't know what they are.
Okay. She's going to do her own thing in Magical Tentacle Funland. And we go back down to
Well, she has
Aquila.
another save to make.
She does have another save to make. That's a dex save.
16, right?
She wouldn't
Acid.
have advantage here, but that still fails, so you do another 2d6 acid damage for 6
Not as
damage,
good that time.
which would proc yet another con save.
Well, sure. No, I guess if she started casting again, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So many things to keep track of. How much damage did you do? 6. Okay.
Saves 10 and then 6. Yep.
Yep. All right. Moving on to Aquila.
Yep. Oh, I'm going to try to smack the one in front of me.
All right.
It's like playing ping pong.
There we go.
A 15 does hit.
And that should be...
7 points of damage.
Let me make sure I've got it right. Yes.
Okay.
7 points of damage. Want to get it right this time, damn it.
Okay. Yeah, you
okay.
slash into her.
Looking rough?
Definitely looking rough. Yeah, she has to steady herself against the sarcophagus, but she's still grinning, bearing down on her hand.
Damn it.
14, however, does not hit.
Oh. Got one more.
Even though she's flanked?
You are flanked, so that would actually be a 16. So that does hit.
Oh, sweet.
That's 5 points there.
7.
And another 7.
Well, no. The 5 is a 7.
The 5 is a
Remember,
7, and the
plus
7
2.
is a 9. Gotcha. Regardless, you cut this bitch up, and she dies.
Yes.
Yeah,
just for funsies, I want to slice her hand off.
Okay, yeah, you cut both her hands off because they're pretty much right in the same space. You cleave straight through both wrists.
Before she dies, I wanted to do that.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, lob her hands off and then just stab into her, and she does have this big psychotic grin as you pull your scimitar out, and she slumps down lifeless, blood being drawn into the sarcophagus.
Yeah, I
Okay.
figured, but still.
Any movement for you?
This be the trend.
Okay, moving up on over
Okay,
there.
just leave me alone with the thing.
With the Bone Daddy?
Tali,
Yeah.
it's your turn.
Let's see. 20, 25.
Sorry.
I'm gonna actually flank this guy too. Yay! And also hit lady with my hammer.
Okay.
And also dude with my hammer. A second. Stop. 13. That's a 16 to hit center chick. The middle. With my spiritual weapon.
Does that smack Sagana?
16 does hit, yes.
Ooh. And let's see, that's a 8 plus 3. 6 points of damage.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna hit dude next to me with my warhammer. Not advantage, sorry, but still.
19's first.
19 will hit, yes.
Yay! And damage is 6.
And Sagana gets to make another con save.
Yeah, she does.
That's right, she does.
No resurrecting princesses for you.
No, bad necromancer.
Yeah, that makes it.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Oh well, we're trying.
She built to make this.
Okay. I believe that brings us down to Sevgi. Well, there's not many targets.
Yeah, sorry. It's my dog. Alright, and I'm going to try and do the lightning cantrip on this guy, on this cultist that's over here.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Should have made my con save real quick before I did that.
Right.
Sorry, I thought I did it, but I did not, apparently. Sorry.
Yeah, the con save is just fine. However, a 9 is not going to connect with this cultist. So you send out yet another fairly powerful bolt of electricity, but it slams harmlessly into the sarcophagus at behind her. Okay. Continuing on. That brings us down to initiative count 20 again. Alright. That means skeleton. Okay. They're still alive, they're still alive, they're still alive. Cool. Okay, and Ander. Well, actually, yeah, skeletons go later. Ander, go ahead.
Yeah. You forgot the cultists.
Yeah, I was gonna say you deleted your cultists that you were using as a token.
They were 17.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You skipped them. No, they're down at the bottom.
No, they're not. That's something
else.
else.
Yeah, they're the question marks plus
cultist.
Yeah, that was something else.
Yeah, the
question marks.
The cultist just got deleted.
They all mysteriously died.
That's fine. I'm
What
cool
a
with that.
shame.
Wouldn't that be fantastic? Actually, no, that would probably be
Very.
terrible.
Just gonna call it 0.4. I have to put these back into descending. Fanatics. Okay. Okay. Okay, yes, so this does actually happen on this turn. Okay. Running up from back the way you came, another cultist comes charging into this chamber.
What?
Jumps up onto the sarcophagus back down there, draws a dagger, and plunges it into his hand. Omen and Ander, you are probably the only ones here who can see this. This figure is not decked out in the cultist robes. This is a rather young-looking man with shaggy, dirty blonde hair, wearing archaeology sort of clothes. This is Lonathan.
I was gonna say Lonathan.
I thought so. It's like, wait, what the fuck? Well, I'm gonna make sure to kill him this time.
Okay, let's see here.
Then why?
I was so right to fucking just stand there and watch those corpses.
Yeah.
I just didn't stand there long enough. Yeah, I really want this. Meanwhile, a fucking undead horde is going through the above.
Let's see. Number 3 there
Your fault for relying on undead.
is going to. I mean, he's flanked. That's particularly bad. Yeah, I think he's just going to take the dodge action. And then those two are doing that.
Dodge only works against one attack.
No,
It's
any
all-
attack.
It's all attacks.
It's all attacks. Yeah, any attacks made against him are now at disadvantage.
Against Lonathan?
Against the one you two are flanking.
Okay.
We'll
just
check
checking.
something here. Can't do that. Okay. Yeah, we're stuck. We're stuck doing things how they were. Okay. Let me check something here. So we're not using that anymore, but we do need to. Where did that go? There it is. Why did that, okay. Right. She does have one more of those. Okay, that's good to know. And what happens here? Okay. That is good to know. Works differently than I thought it did, but that's good to know. But we are still on the Fanac's turn, sorry. Lots to keep track of. He's doing that. He's doing that. You see this one up here is a rather short figure, probably a gnome.
Shocking.
Yeah, a little gnome woman. Okay, let's see. They're doing that. Dodge action. Focusing, doing that. Okay, moving on. I already recorded that. Nothing's going on there yet. Ander, we're back to you. Omen on deck.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to power through this. I know we're pressing time, but we're gonna try to power through this.
That's time, technically.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna target Lana then,
Okay.
since he just caught my attention running in, just like, really, you asshole,
Kick
stay
his
dead
ass,
this
Ander.
time. And chuck 2 Eldritch Blasts at him.
Okay.
If I can find that spell. There it is. Oh,
That
one
misses.
didn't hit. Europe.
Oh.
23 hits for 8 points of damage. We'll need to make a con save with advantage. Which he fails.
Fails.
And
Takes 8 points of damage.
let's not forget our friend in the middle. So,
It's not her turn yet.
It's on her turn.
It's on her turn. Yeah.
yeah, it's on her turn, not mine. Oopsie. Sorry.
Okay. Omen, we are down to you.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take a swing at this this person.
All right.
Well, it probably misses. Maybe. I don't know.
A 12 against a skeleton does miss, unfortunately.
All right. Let me take a look. All right. Nope. That is my turn.
Okay. Let's see here. We are going back down to the skeletons. I'm just going to say, since Aquila is the closest, it's going to shamble up to Aquila and make an attack. 18, I believe, does hit. Right?
Yeah, it just hits.
Okay, you take 8 points of piercing damage as you are focusing on the cultist in front of you, trying to pin them down with all the dodging they're doing, and this skeleton shambles up behind and stabs a spear and manages to just nick the back of your legs, cutting fairly deep.
Not that deep.
I'll say, because you have that, right?
Huh?
You
I couldn't
You're
hear
cutting
you.
in and out.
You have that, too.
Still couldn't hear you.
You have the damage from that, don't you?
Very good. You take
Oh, that's
4
right. I
points of
do have the damage. It's only 4.
Yes.
Thank you for the reminder.
Aquila,
Getting
we're
back
to you.
into this. Fuck it. Okay. I'm gonna take I'm gonna swing at the skeleton since it's not dodging.
Okay. Swing away.
Alright, that's 11 points
Okay. 11
of
damage
magically
on the
magic
skeleton.
damage.
Yep.
Uh, 8 points of damage.
Gotcha.
And
Still up.
Yeah, that one doesn't hit.
No, it does not. Okay. 2 good strikes into this skeleton. You definitely dent and cut through some of the armor. Some of the bones break, but it is still held together with enough arcane force to keep it moving.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Tali,
Sticking right there.
we are back to you.
Yes, that's me. I'm Tali. So I'm going to hit center lady with my hammer. That misses completely.
That misses.
I'm gonna try to hit cultist guy
Wait,
next
we
to me
skipped
with
over
my
the lady
hammer.
this time.
Yeah, your order got messed up somehow. Because she's now 25.
Yeah, we skipped over her because she's supposed to go right
What?
before I do.
Okay, not sure how that happened.
I don't know.
I really don't know how her initiative would have been modified.
Yeah.
So she previously went before you, Aquila. We're just going to give her a 7. And then I need to rearrange this again. Okay, roll 20. What are you doing? Yeah, I was wondering when her turn was going to come up. Okay. And we need to go all the way down to the necromancer. Okay. See, I
Put her
put
at
in
12.
7, and now it says
No,
12.
that's
I don't know
Weird.
what's going on there. I'll have to keep an eye on that. That's just great. Okay. Okay, so now she has to dictate how she is handling this spell.
Takes 2d6.
Yeah, she
Yep.
takes 2d6 damage,
cold damage.
and she'll make a con save for that. Which is
I like how
fine.
it colors it blue. If
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I noticed that. That's
interesting.
like that's cool. That's cool
Nice.
when you roll one top and one bottom.
Never noticed that before.
That's 7 points.
We've never
of
had that before.
damage.
Cold if it matters.
Yep. Okay. Then she does things. Yeah, I think she is going to, just to be absolutely certain, she's going to do that. And we'll see how that works out. Okay.
Concerned I know
Yes.
what's going on in there.
Well, now she needs to make another dexterity saving throw.
Right. Nope.
Fails that. Succeeds on the con save,
Thank
but she
God,
takes
lady.
another 7 points of damage.
I'd ask how she's looking, but we can't tell.
You can't tell. Nope.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on. Aquila already went. Now we move down to Tali, who also already went. Because we...
I mean, I can
Because it
go
got screwed
again. I
up
missed
again.
both my attacks. I would like a redo.
Sevgi, we are back to you.
All right.
She did roll. Okay.
Nice.
And I guess I'll go after this. Guess I'll go after that same cultist again.
Okay.
And...
Ten's not gonna do it. Nope.
Beasting through those con saves, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. We are back to initiative count 20, and this is where things happen. Okay. Something more for me to keep track of.
damn it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, moving on. Did anybody die? Do I need to make more skeletons? No, I don't. Moving on down to this plus sign. Okay. Yet again, a big theatrical moment has been completely obscured, but
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
Been waiting for that one to happen. It's gonna be bad.
Mm.
Yeah, well, she's starting her turn in there too, so.
That's true.
that is true. So 2d6 of cold damage.
But she came right out.
It's like, nope, it's cold in here. Go back to sleep.
And I was like, nope, curl back up.
Like me in the morning. Too cold. Back to blankets. Back to bed.
I think it's weird.
Is that what that 9 is for? Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
It's weird that
9 points of
people don't
damage.
have to try to roll and find if they can actually find their way out of darkness like that.
I imagine this level of black would be slightly disorienting.
Let's see. That's a 15-foot. No, that's a 20-foot opening there between those two walls. So any vector, even roughly moving in that direction, will be fine. I will make her do probably a survival check, a wisdom check of some sort.
Roll a d8. See if she runs into one of the walls.
Yeah, with a 20-foot opening, a 10 is fine.
Aw.
The only time a 10 has ever succeeded at anything.
No. And even if she did run into a wall, she would hit the wall and then just skirt along the side of it. But
Oh, what funny.
no, that's fine. You get the sense that this figure is intimately familiar with this chamber. Comes running out from this inky eldritch void, and you see the risen form of Shiloh, now Spear of the Damned, minus the spear.
I was gonna say, send spear.
Oh.
Yeah, she comes barreling out. Again, she looks fairly well preserved. Her skin is taut and gray against her elven face. Her eyes are sunken and grayed over, but there is this sort of dark sheen to them now. She is clad head to toe in bronze armor. The bronze, however, oops, didn't mean to do that. It's actually fairly well preserved. It's held together significantly better than any of the other pieces here. It is a full plate instead of breastplate and a few vambrances and shin pieces and whatnot, greaves. There are places where it has oxidized and rusted over in greens and browns, but other than that, it's fairly well maintained. There are accents of clear whitewood that are inlaid into the armor itself. The armor sheens. Even though it is ancient, there's a lustrous glow about it. She also has an intricate shield, a round shield, again a little smaller than a Greek hoplon. The center, where the boss of the shield is made out of clear whitewood, and it is inlaid with this green metal of some kind that sheens. and her hair has largely fallen out over time, but it's sort of slumped over and cropped to one side. This sort of mottled and almost desaturated ginger hair. She comes charging out, looks around at everything, looks back into the void, looks up, surveying the ceiling of this place, which really just does dome over each of these cylindrical rooms. And she yeah. Check something real quick, because this is actually... I don't think it's really going to matter mechanically. Just to make sure. Yeah, that's probably a little bit too... okay. She runs out. Moves about that far. And she's going to look around, survey the situation. From here, she can really only see Ander and maybe a bit of Omen, who is currently fighting that skeleton, and of course Lonathan there, who at this point has his eyes are wide, knife still sticking out of his hands, mouth agape as if he is seeing something absolutely spectacular. The chanting has ended. You can tell everyone throughout the rooms, the chanting immediately stops. There was no real climactic event that you could see or hear because it happened in Eldritch space. And, yeah, okay. Yeah, she is going to continue running forward. She's going to continue running forward, pretty much down to this door here. Tali, you're the only person who would understand this, and you're busy fighting. Actually, this is going to boom out. Throughout this chamber, everyone can hear, but only Tali can vaguely understand. You hear this loud, disembodied voice yell out in an almost dirge-like melody. And it says... She calls out, "Rise, my legion. It has been too long. We now serve a new greatness. Our empire will be reborn amongst the bones of this ragged and desolate new civilization. Rise and come to me." And just vaguely back throughout this tomb, you can hear, muffled because it's a distance at this point, the collective banging of spears on stone.
Cool, but really bad.
Okay. That was so close. That was really so close. And I will explain later.
I'm going to point out real quick.
Yeah.
You skipped the fanatics again. None of the fanatics went that round.
Sorry, I did that all in my head. I did account for the fanatics. They did not do anything. They decided all to focus on maintaining the ritual, which I probably should have said just for flavor. They all focus on the ritual. None of them took additional actions except for the one with Tali and Aquila, which did the dodge, which I thought I said.
That was last turn.
That was
last
this
turn. This is a new turn, which is why I'm confused.
Okay.
It's cool. I mean, it's fair. That was definitely last
skipping people.
You went straight past. Well, we had the weird mix-up with
Yeah.
the necromancer, and then we had another weird mix-up with somebody else, so
All right.
it just got skipped over.
Yeah. Okay.
If you wanted them to have do stuff.
No, they're continuing to do the same thing they did. Okay. Complicated fight plus Roll20 doing something, changing initiatives on me and dropping initiatives on me. So I apologize for that. They maintained the ritual. That one maintained dodge. The Sagana in the center did her thing. Now the ritual has stopped because it has succeeded. Okay. Are we now actually on Ander? I have completely lost where I am now.
Believe so.
Okay.
Seems like it.
Yes, I believe so.
That sounds right.
Shiloh just went. She's the question marks and the pluses.
Yeah, she really just went.
Okay. Ander.
Shit.
Wouldn't Ander have understood at least some element of what she'd said?
Modern day Elven is actually significantly different from Etric.
He was able
you gave
to.
him a bunch with the Medusa.
Yeah, he was able to somewhat speak.
That is true. Sure, you understood part of that. Sure. Got the
Enough
general
to get
gist
the
of
basic
it.
idea.
Yeah. I understood we are royally fucked.
I'm up. I have an army. Rise. Let's kill people.
Yep. Yeah. Ah, balls.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm gonna chuck another blast at
Jonathan.
yeah, jerkwad.
Okay.
Just
roll with advantage because he's just stunned. He stopped moving.
I didn't actually roll with advantage. I don't know why, but
That hits anyway. I mean, you could roll again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he could get a crit.
Okay.
well, they both hit.
Yeah.
7, 8, 9, 10 total.
Okay. 10 damage on one.
And then I'm going to 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, that would give me visual on them. More so. And just yell. Just because that's it. His mindset, obviously they would have heard that, but guys, Princess is awake and she seems grumpy.
Okay.
Yep, I heard her yelling.
Omen, we are back to you.
You mind if I ask a real quick question before you? Can we see any more in the back now that they've moved up to that cultist?
Sure. There's not really much more to this room. It does end there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. So
I'm just gonna keep attacking this thing.
Okay.
Can't move.
We're just going to do. We're going to finish out this initiative pass, and then I might just drop into narrative where we can decide how that works, because the main event has happened and we are well past our time. Yes, more damage on the skeleton. I will say, for the sake of actually with the fire damage, that's enough. Okay, you smash into this skeleton. Flames lick down into the remains of its armor, char some of the bones, make them brittle enough. Your sword cleaves through, and it crumples to the ground. And
I'm just going to move forward, and I'm going to point at Jonathan. I'm just going to say, "Boy, should have stayed dead.
Okay. All right.
Way more intimidating than what I said.
Let's see. Number 2 is question marks. Number 2 is skeletons. This one's... Is that not on the right layer? Am I not on the right? Oh, I need to have this. That goes there. The other 3 are still... The other 4 are still alive. No more skeletons to deal with. We're done with Omen. We're done with skeletons. When I moved
There's
down
one
to
up
Necromancer, it
Except
went
for
to
the one in front of me.
Oh, yep, there is one there. Let's just do a quick d20 plus 2 and see if anything happens. It
Jesus.
does. 1d8. You take 1 point of damage.
I don't suppose we have that.
No. 1
I
is
didn't
the
think
minimum.
Point damage.
I know.
Okay. Aquila, you are up.
Necromancer.
Okay. It is still... They are still dodging, so that's attacks with disadvantage.
Meant the one in the dark.
The one in the dark.
Do I even need to roll damage, or is she dead like I think she
Oh
is?
yeah, it's her turn.
The main necromancer.
It's her turn.
Yeah.
That's being said.
Why does that keep happening?
You click through it.
I guess I did click through it this time. Okay. Yeah, because this is my own fault, because I see, every time I click down on her initiative, it adds 5. I don't know why it's doing that.
Weird.
Weird.
Okay. Something's gone screwy with Roll20's initiative board. Let's see.
She gets her icy damage.
More, yeah, you can roll for that. That's 8 points of damage there. Okay. Yeah, she is not as familiar with this chamber. And for some reason her sheet disappeared. There we go. This is a wisdom check. That would be a 17 because she would not have advantage on this. Yes, she yeah, she moves out in this direction, runs forward. Nobody would see this, but she would sort of run into the hammer and have to move around it. She continues to
The hammer.
push on through.
Do any damage to that?
No, no. She does run out of this space, misses that wall, but does run and slam her knees into this sarcophagus as she does, almost tumbles forward into it. She slams down her arms on either side of the now open sarcophagus. You can see she is breathing heavily. There's ice crystals and different, like, oily black frozen chunks falling off of her. She's breathing heavily. Her cloak is a bit more ragged, and she's just down there. We did it. We did it. She looks over at you, Ander. You gullible bastard. You're all gonna die.
Not completely wrong.
She stands up. She looks side to side. Everyone here still has a decent amount of. No, actually, she used that spell slot. That's a good point of order. She used that spell slot to make sure there was enough. There were enough spell slots, even if you killed even if you killed 2 of the cultists. Okay, so she doesn't have a lot left to burn. She's out of those. Oh. She casts Dimension Door and she bamps out of here.
You jerk! Oh my god!
No! God damn it! No!
What's the range on that?
The range on that, I believe it's something like 400 feet. 500 feet. She could be anywhere.
Oh, I should probably let Makaba know that she was in the...
No, don't bother.
Blur.
Don't waste a message right now.
Omen doesn't have line of sight because there's still an inky black
Yep,
void,
totally.
and Ander, I think are you out of spells?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're out of counter spells. Yeah, so she
man,
says her
no!
line, looks up at you. A grin comes across her, this devilish grin comes across her tiefling face. And she waves her hands, and this black, purpling swirl forms into a portal, and she throws herself through it, and she's gone. Okay. With that, I'm going to say that between Tali and Aquila, you two can easily dispatch that cultist there. Between Ander and Omen, you can easily kill Lonathan. The other two...
Slow.
Omen doesn't give a shit about Lonathan.
Oh, you're gonna move
He
right
is
past?
running down the hallway towards towards what's her name.
Okay.
Charlotte?
Yeah. With your half movement speed, she is going to definitely pull away from you.
Cast haste on myself.
Okay, you can do so. Okay, I guess we're going to keep going.
We can continue this later. I'm just letting you know I don't give any shits about the people in this room. I'm
Right.
going after the one who was about to race them.
Right.
So pissed.
Point.
Because I was just gonna finish that skeleton, then run to and try to take on Sagana. Now I don't get the chance.
What is your movement speed with haste?
It allows me to take multiple actions, so I can move with haste. Yeah, with haste I can move 90 feet around.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, if that's the case, I suppose we can stop here and pick up with that chase next week. Because I don't know if we want to get bogged down in that. I mean, that's up to you. We're already 45 minutes over.
No, like I said, I'm perfectly willing to pick up later. I'm just letting you know that I don't care about Lonathan.
Okay.
He's as good as dead.
I'm trying to
With
shop
or
and grab
without
some of
me.
the death as I walk out. Just in
Yeah.
passing, just
I know, it's like I was... After I finished the skeleton, I was probably gonna run off too.
Okay. So at this point, everyone looks like they are more concerned with Shiloh than these random cultists
yeah.
at this point. Okay.
Yep.
the damage has been done. So
yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So we will narratively say as Shiloh runs down out of her own tomb, Aquila and Tali, you finish off the skeleton, and the cultists there just a good measure, and everybody turns and heads down, chasing after Shiloh, probably just running past Lonathan, who is taking a bead on each of you in surprise as you run past, and will defend himself if need be. But the three of the other cultists, well, you guys are running past, so they're just going to do their own thing.
We can't say I just shocked and grasped him to death on the way past for flavor. I really want to kill him.
Kill him.
No. I mean, we'll pick that up next time. We'll pick actually, because we are going along with this chase, I'm not going to narratively say that anybody finishes off anybody else. So we will pick up next week with the board position exactly as it is. Lonathan's up, the skeleton's up, the cultist is still up, and it's up to you guys whether you want to ignore them or give chase to Shiloh. And we will pick up initiative here.
I didn't get to finish my turn.
Did you start your turn?
Well, I'm at the end of initiative.
Okay,
I didn't
take
get
your
to
turn.
act on my... Well, it means I can get rid of a skeleton and get moving.
Okay.
Did I kill it?
Yes, you kill the skeleton.
Cool. I'm booking it. I don't care about that cultist.
Okay. Move yourself accordingly.
Yep. There.
Okay. So that's where we're going to leave it off at the top of the initiative order. We'll keep this initiative because we're going straight into a chase scene, and I'll have to figure out how that's going to work. Okay, so that I think that was an interesting combat, a lot to keep track of, and Roll20 really threw me off with some of the glitches it was having today. So I apologize if I got a little frustrated towards the end here. And you guys robbed me of another really cool narrative climactic moment. But it was a fantastic use of that area denial spell.
I was hoping to keep that moment from happening.
Yeah.
Good plan.
You did really well.
A lot of damage on Sagana.
I'm so pissed that she got away.
She just barely hung on, actually, and she wouldn't have if she didn't cast False Life on herself. That one turn that she didn't spend concentrating on her spell. Yeah, very, very close. She had like 15 HP left or something like that. Very close.
Ooh. Dang it, if my hammer attacks would have done better. Stupid dice.
If she hadn't had Dimension Door, I could have got her.
Yep.
That makes me angrier.
I knew there was a reason I was saving that spell slot. Okay. So we're going to wrap this up here as far as this this show. Anybody who is still tagging along, thank you for sticking with us. We went way over our usual time slot. That's what happens when we have big complicated fights, especially when we have big complicated fights only once every, 15 episodes or something. So it takes us some time to get into it. I had a ton to keep track of. We're going to go into an after show if everybody has time. I know it's late. If we don't cover it today, we'll cover it after next week's episode. But I actually have a lot to say about this fight. So if you're interested in the mechanics of how this fight worked out and why everything proceeded the way it did, you can head over to Patreon, and for $5, you get access to the after shows. And you can listen to why certain things happen from my end, how I do the prep, and their reactions to everything. And I'm sure we're going to have plenty of reactions to the things that happened. So I think it'll be a good after show, whether that happens tonight or next week. And of course, you unlock other things on top of that. Codex entries early, more thorough codex entries on occasion. And eventually, when we get a little bit more support, we'll be doing player interviews and Q&As and whatnot, all for that tier. So go and check that out. There's also the tier that just gives you access to the more in-depth Discord channels and whatnot. Anyway, if you like us, if you like this episode, if you were willing to sit through almost an extra hour of this, definitely go out and tell people about us. We are now very much getting into this new story arc. We have at least one villain who bamped away, and we'll have to see what happens to her, and another very important villain that we are now giving chase to, and we'll see if we can deal with that or if we'll have another reoccurring problem. So stay tuned, keep checking us out every Saturday, and tell people about us. That's the best way to help us out. So I think without any further ado, we're going to get going, because I think we're all tired and hungry and whatnot. So definitely thank you to all of my players for sticking around for an extra 45 minutes or so and dealing with this combat. So, yeah, check us out next week. Check me out on my other various things I got going on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. You can find that information on the Discord or on the Twitter. So, we'll get to dealing with all this. I'm really happy with how this turned out.
That was cool.
Yeah.
I can tell.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So we're going to sign off. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sticking around, and come back for another exciting episode of The People's Ascension next week while we chase down Shiloh, the Spear of the Damned.
Without a
Sans
spear.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for watching. We'll catch you guys next week.
Bye.